Well, good morning, everyone. It's now 10 o'clock, so the inquiry is now open. I've just checked everyone can hear me. We have got the benefit of microphones. Good, I've got some nods around the room. Please can I ask you to do the normal etiquette with mobile phones? It's easy to forget. So good morning. My name is John Longmuir, Longmuir, and I'm a chartered town planner and urban designer, and I've been appointed by the Secretary of State to hold this inquiry. So it involves an outline plan application for the construction of up to 110 dwellings with access, landscaping, sustainable drainage features and associated infrastructure. And all matters are reserved except for the primary vehicular access from Church Road. As I'm sure you all know, the site is land south of Warton Recreation Ground, Warton Road, Warton. So I'd just like to emphasise the purpose of the inquiry is to provide me with the information that I need to be able to reach a decision. So just before we start the inquiry in earnest, I'll just set out various housekeeping and procedural matters. Firstly, in terms of fire escape procedure, there's a location plan of the exits and assembly points, and that's at the doors of the room. So the note in front of me says, please familiarise yourself with it. And then on discovering a fire, please listen out for the alarm. And then if a signal is to evacuate, please go out of the building on the nearest safe exit, and all visitors are to report to assembly point G, which is in the Woolpack car park to my left, to your right. Okay, so that's the fire escape procedure. In terms of appearances, the appellant is represented by Mr. James Corbett Bircher.
Yes, good morning, sir.
Good morning. And the council, Mr. Gillian Garvey. Good morning, Mr. Garvey. And the Residents Association are participating as a Rule 6 party and is represented by Professor Laurie Phipps.
Sir.
Good morning. So members of the public will have the opportunity to speak, and that'll be just after the opening statements of the three parties. And what I always stress is that that's the opportunity for you to speak, because once these various parties start giving evidence, I would then have to effectively reconvene and reopen the inquiry. So this morning is your ideal opportunity, so please do take advantage of it. I won't put any time constraints on people, but it's your opportunity. I have got to record your name, so forgive me if I ask you to write it down on a pad of paper I'll pass round. And I also should advise you that Mr. Corbett Bircher does have the right to ask questions to anyone that's speaking. They normally do so in a very convivial way, and I'm sure it'll be very gentlemanly, so please don't feel fazed, daunted by that. I would be keen to hear from anyone who wants to speak. Okay, so if you could give me your name and confirm if you're a local resident or if you've got any other particular interest, if you're representing parish council or another group. Okay, just to advise you also, the event is being webcast by the council, so please bear that in mind. Just for the record, there's a case management conference undertaken whereby the parties outlined the procedure, and that's standard practice with the inspectorate and did not involve any discussion of the merits of the case. I have seen and read the responses from members of the public, and I'll be taking those into account, as well as the deliberations in the chamber and written evidence from the parties. So once I conclude my opening remarks, I'll invite the appellant and then the council and then the Rule 6 party to make a brief opening statement. And that's to help everyone understand the main arguments. So the main issues for the inquiry have been confirmed as the effect of the proposed development on the settlement hierarchy of the borough, the effect of the proposed development on the character and appearance of the area, with particular reference to the surrounding landscape, the design and landscape of the proposal, and its spatial integration with the existing development. Whether the future residents of the development would have appropriate access to facilities and services, and lastly, the effect of the proposed development on the supply of agricultural land. The Council's reasons for refusal pertaining to the physical and social integration with the existing community will be discussed in the character, appearance, access and planning sessions. So the inquiry will also look at other matters, including housing, land supply, as well as development plan considerations. So most of the evidence will be presented in the form of the roundtable discussions, which will be led by me. And thereafter, in terms of the planning evidence, that'll be formal cross-examination and examination by the two advocates. So the draft agenda to inform our proceedings has been agreed with the parties, and we'll proceed on that basis. So this afternoon we'll have a roundtable on the character and appearance of the area, others tomorrow. I'll also hear discussions on the suggested planning conditions and legal agreement, and again that'll be in a roundtable format. And it's standard practice that all inspectors consider suggested conditions, and that does not mean I've made up my mind, nor does it undermine the council's position. I'm not inviting any applications for costs, but I'm sure parties are aware that would need to be done before the close of the inquiry. I should also point out that I've got the power to initiate an award of costs if any transgressions arise or any events that warrant unreasonable behaviour. At the end of the inquiry, we will also have closing submissions, and that'll be in the order of the council, Rule 6 party, and then the appellant. And as always, all inspectors ask for such submissions in writing. Closings, openings, and any other documents produced during the inquiry will have to be recorded. So as you're aware, those should be sent to the case officer in pins, and I have to keep a running list. So your help in keeping that list would be greatly appreciated. I walked around the site boundaries yesterday and the centre of the village in a loop, but I will be doing a more formal site visit probably next week, and that will be accompanied by all three parties. And that's to see, for me, to see and experience the sites and the surroundings. And although I would anticipate representatives may point out aspects referred to the inquiry, I won't be expecting any discussion of the merits of the case. That should all happen in the inquiry room. So the inquiry is due to sit this week at this venue, and I intend to start at 10 o'clock each day. We will break for lunch at an appropriate time, and also have mid-morning and mid-afternoon breaks. It's not my normal practice to interrupt the advocates during any cross-examination, and I'll look to everyone to give me a nod when they think it's appropriate to break. So that concludes my opening remarks. I'll just check if there's any comments from any of the parties before we start in earnest. Mr. Garvey looks poised.
Thank you, sir. Just very briefly, just some formalities in terms of the room. But tomorrow there'll be a fire alarm at 10 a.m. I'm told, and tomorrow also we need to be out by 5 p.m. if the room's needed.
Okay, right. We'll make mental notes on both, and I suggest we start at 1 minute past 10 tomorrow then. So thank you for that. Okay, and I'll note the 5 o'clock finish tomorrow. I presume, Mr. Garvey, I don't tend to leave my stuff in the room, but I presume then if there's a meeting, the expectation would be for the room to be cleared.
It can be moved to one side. That should be fine. That's probably the best way.
Okay. All right. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Carson. Okay. Mr. Corbett-Bircher, anything from you?
That's a very minor point. So you referred to a running list of inquiry documents. Yeah. Is your preferred nomination INQ or ID for that? Because we'll start on this as we begin to hand out our openings and so forth.
Yeah, I tend to be INQ.
Jervis from our team will start.
Oh, that's very, very helpful. I do appreciate that. So thank you very much.
We'll update that each morning, I think.
Okay. Yeah, that sounds very, very helpful. Okay, thank you much. I do appreciate that. So any...
no, sir. I think just one clarification. That's 10 o'clock each day you wish to start, and then no earlier on each of the 4 days.
Yeah, if that's all right with all the parts.
Yes,
it's okay. Professor Phipps, anything from you?
No, sir.
Okay. I'm sorry, I wasn't at the case management comments. I was elsewhere. I'm sorry to say. I think my colleague might have said that inspectors will try and explain proceedings to Rule 6 parties that aren't representative. We certainly can't give any comments or any coaching or anything like that. But so if there's anything you're not sure about, please do shout. And I will try to explain proceedings at all as well. And you may wish to talk to Mr. Garvey if you need any assistance on anything as well. I'm sure he'd prevail on that.
Thanks.
Okay, right. Well, in that case, then we'll start with the opening statements. Mr. Corbett-Bircher.
So the opening statement and also the appearance.
Okay. Oh, that's very helpful. Thank you very much.
Just this microphone, is that working?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, okay. Let me see.
It's the button down by the bottom in the middle.
Okay. Then we push it.
Yeah.
Right. If I've got the right distance, everyone can hear me. The appeal proposal will deliver 110 dwellings, including 44 affordable homes, situated within a generous 2 hectares of open space and additional landscape. The development will be located adjacent to the western and southwestern edge of Warton, within easily accessible distance to the village's services and facilities. And I listed the primary school, the shop and post office. And if I may, it's helpful if I'm not interrupting, so I'm sure you. Shop, post office, bus stops and community buildings. It will also deliver significant additional transport contributions, notably improvements to bus services and pedestrian cycle routes, further benefiting the whole settlement. This is exactly the form of sustainable development that is urgently needed to address the local and national housing crisis, directly in line with the government's national policy. Before addressing the 4 main issues identified in your CMC notes, it's necessary to reflect on the scale and nature of those twin national and local housing crises. The Council's objections to the appeal scheme and its wider appeal evidence have failed properly to acknowledge them and the consequent need for this development. And I begin with the national planning policy, and the 1.5 million homes inherited. Since the July 2024 election, the government has adopted a consistent and robust position. There must be a sharp increase in housing delivery nationally to deliver 1.5 million homes within the Parliament. The written ministerial statement, Building the Homes We Need, accompanying the NPPF on the 12th of December last year, noted both, I quote, the acute and entrenched housing crisis in the country today and the urgency of this demands. And the new Secretary of State in the summer continued that position. I've set the quote there. Government policy could hardly be clearer. The national crisis means that a very substantial number of homes must be granted permission right now. In that context, any LPH shortfall below 5-year housing land supply is wholly at odds with national policy. The presumption in favour of sustainable development must accordingly be applied with full force. And I quote there from the Dublin Notes. That emphasis, the presumption must have real teeth to the footnote. The Council's local plan and the collapse of housing delivery. The Council's current local plan has become seriously out of date. The Council can only demonstrate 0.82 years of supply, and I provide the references there to Mr. Pycroft's table. Even on the Council's own figures, it has less than half of the Liberal supply that it needs, and that is a severe shortfall. It is a risk following a major change from the North Warwickshire local plan strategy, the removal of funding for the A5 improvements, and the availability of such funding was a critical justification for allowing the local plan to proceed. As the Inspector noted in his report on the examination, delivery of a significant element of the development phase one of the plan is reliant on upgrades to the A5 at paragraph 289. However, in April 2025, funding was withdrawn following the trebling of the costs. That removed a central pillar of the plan strategy. In November 2025, the Council's own issues and options document recorded the scale of the problem in stark terms. I emphasise there from 6.1, the growth options behind the adopted local plan need to be reassessed. And in paragraph 6.4, the observation, it could be argued this will inevitably mean that the focus is on those options which are most likely to enable and encourage delivery over the short term. The overall housing shortfall is matched by a corresponding desperate shortfall of affordable capacity. The Council has been delivering well short of the required number of affordable homes, or the dwellings per annum, for a number of years, and the shortfall against even the more recent heavily derived lower target is already 419 affordable homes. The issues and options document actually demonstrates just how far this Council is from resolving their problems through resolving matters through a new local plan. The appellant's position is that there is no realistic prospect of submission of any new plan next year, with major consequences for the date of adoption. And the Council therefore has no choice to grant many more residential applications on unallocated sites now if it has any prospect of meeting government's expectations for meeting need now. This must occur in other deliverable locations, including Category 4 settlements with the highest sustainability, such as Warton, especially given its proximity to Polesville. So turning to main issue 1, settlement strategy, and policy LP2, the appeal development would accord with all key elements of policy LP2 of the local plan. The appeal development's 110 new homes are commensurate with the level, type, and quality of the day-to-day service provision currently available in Warton. The settlement services clearly have the ability to absorb this level of development, and the individual services and access to them will address under main issue 4, in particular roundtables. The Council's position for the evidence of Mr. Collinson is vague in respect of exceeding the capacity of local service facilities, and is simply wrong. The Council did not take this view in any of the historic decisions to grant planning permission of Warton, all of which consistently referred to the adjacent and nearby sites as a sustainable location. Moreover, the scheme is making substantial financial contributions in respect of education, transport, sports, and recreation. The development is adjacent to the settlement boundary. The arrival of new residents will clearly enhance and maintain the vitality of the existing community. The development size of 110 units is clearly proportionate in scale to the current size of the settlement. And the phrase usually on sites of no more than 10 units is not an absolute cap. As the Council itself acknowledges, the policy is not prescriptive and depends on service and infrastructure availability. And as Mr. Cox observed, a limit of no more than 10 units makes little sense now in the context of the major housing land supply shortfall. So the correct analysis is therefore that policy is in accordance with policy LP2 considered as a whole. In any event, policy LP2 is agreed to be out of date. I refer there to the Statement of Common Ground, using a well-established law Holmes definition of that term, it has been overtaken by things that have happened since it was adopted, either on the ground or in some change in national policy. And in this case, the position is both. The allocations which are central to the spatial strategy have been severely delayed, and two, national policy has moved on from the point of the 2024 elections and the subsequent NPPF. To the extent that there is any conflict solely with that phrase, usually on sites of no more than 10 units, that does not amount to a conflict with the policy as a whole. And even if it did amount to a conflict, that is not a conflict that can be called any real weight over the planet balance. So in summary, there will be no significant effect on the settlement arc, and certainly no harmful effects. Equally, there can be no harm to the spatial strategy in Council's terms. The Council's on issue 1 fails to understand and grapple with the evident failure of the strategy and the natural consequence that development must therefore now come forward on other sites, such as the Appeal site. I turn to housing land supply. The party positions on housing land supply have been set out within the Statement of Common Ground schedule, and they'll be addressed in detail at that roundtable session. On requirement and shortfall, the appellant has used the stepped housing requirement. This reflects current PPG paragraph 68026, as well as the local plans monitoring framework referencing Appendix B and the inspector's report to the local plan. There is a difference between the parties in respect to the calculation of the scale of shortfall. If the step requirement is used, this is between the appellant's 544 and the Council's 439 figure, which erroneously applies a COVID period adjustment, which only applies to the requirements of the HGT calculation. Attending to supply, the primary dispute in respect to supply concerns the deliverability of 11 sites amounting to over 1,393 units. The appellant's position, applying the straightforward NPPF definition, PPG 68067, and many appeal decisions, is that the Council has not provided the requisite clear evidence. The specifics will be addressed at the roundtable session. The appellant's evidence also explains why the Council's additional 120 windfall units is not justified in line with NPPF 75. So the Council's own claims supply figure is already very low, but the true figure is even lower still once the NPPF test is applied correctly. And in that context, the Council is insistent on according significant, i.e. lower than the highest level, substantial weight, on the purported basis that the contribution is not numerically significant, these are Mr. Collins's words, and would not materially improve the fibre housing land supply, is not a credible position, and it's seriously outstep the government policy. In issue 2, character and appearance. The three main matters covered in issue 2 will be explored in the roundtable session. Starting with surrounding landscape, the appellant's LBA has carefully set out the respective landscape effects and visual effects from 14 agreed viewpoints, as well as from close range views. The Council's own officer's report accepted that the overall effects on the landscape character will be, quite limited, and the visual harm will be relatively localised in extent. The main Statement of Common Ground confirms that both landscape and visual effects will be local in extent and impact. And Mr. Collins's proof of evidence largely echoes the report's overall findings. The Council have not instructed any qualified landscape professional, and there is accordingly no other LBA before the inquiry. The Council's position on effects, talking about landscape and visual effects, has become unhelpfully opaque, including their recent refusal to either agree or set out their contraposition on what the actual landscape and visual effects are in the Statement of Common Ground. I'll provide the references there to those paragraphs in the Statement of Common Ground that was submitted to the site yesterday. Mr. Collinson appears to wish to place particular emphasis on residential receptors. He refers to the local communities that live adjacent. There is no right to review, and any attempt to build a landscape and visual case largely on immediate neighbours' views into the site is therefore not in accordance with established principle. In summary, as the appellant will explain by reference to its detailed written evidence at the roundtable, the residual year 15 harms in both landscape and visual terms are not merely localised, but also limited in extent and level. There will be no conflict with Article 4C or with the NPPF, and this aspect cannot be called anything more than limited weight overall. Turning to design and layout of the proposal, this is an outline scheme, and the scale of the site of 6.37 hectares allows for both the construction of 120 dwellings as an important contribution to housing land supply and a generous amount of open space. The Council's specific objections on design and layout appear to centre on the depth of development in an area that is said to have, in Mr. Collins' words, a distinct linear form. As Mr. Bullock has observed, new development is already situated in this location, at the southern and southwestern edge of Warton. The appeal development's proposed layout is entirely characteristic of what is already there. The Council's various submissions on settlement morphology and alleged impacts on Warton's historic nucleated layout appear to be largely based on historic map progression and aerial photographs. And the Council have missed the point that what matters is not the overhead view, but how the development will be experienced on the ground. When one considers the significant extent of existing and proposed screening of the site and the existing development, it's readily apparent there will be no significant harm from extending the settlement's form in this direction on the same side of the settlement as recent new development. Spatial integration with existing development. The development has been expressly designed to provide buffers and setbacks on each side, which allow for an appropriate distance from the roads and its surrounding development. On the eastern edge, this enables both publicly accessible open space and a buffer, which ensures that the appeal development will be an appropriate distance from adjacent development. And the spatial relationship with an integration of the cornfields development and specific Red Mile Way is therefore entirely appropriate. The Council's references to an absence of access from Red Mile Way are without any merit. There is a full vehicular pedestrian access on Church Road, as well as access to the recreation ground and also the west. The origins of the Church Road access have been explained by Mr. Cox in his proof, including expressed local opposition to access via Red Mile Way. Moreover, the change to Church Road is entirely appropriate, since the change from the original consulted upon Red Mile Way proposal to the Church Road access is entirely appropriate. The Church Road main access and the recreation ground offer the quickest and most efficient route to the centre of the village. I refer there to the rebuttals of Mr. Cox and Mr. Parker. As Mr. Cox and Mr. Bullock have further explained, the placement of open space on the appeal proposal's eastern side allows for connected open space. There is therefore no specific harm at all from the absence of additional access or footpath in this location. The appeal development dwellings and those on Red Mile will be located at an appropriate distance from each other, with the exact form of intervening landscape and open space, all capable of being addressed at the reserved matter stage. The appeal proposals will allow for clear buffers, appropriate landscape vegetation, sensitive layout, which will all be readily apparent from the plans. And in the context of the wider housing process, the Council cannot sensibly oppose development on open countryside and agricultural fields, in this case a single field, which are not sensitive landscapes. The development is fully in accordance with policies LP1, LP14, LP30, and with the respective neighbourhood plan policies, PNP3 and PNP4. I turn into access to services and facilities. Warton has a good range of services and easily walkable or cyclable distance. There are also good existing public transport connections, with the Council's most recent settlement sustainability assessment has graded frequent. Warton is a sustainable location in its own right. This was expressly recognised in the earlier 2019 decisions by the Commission. The appeal proposal will improve the sustainability of Warton, both by increasing the bus services and through the contribution for the pedestrian cycle route towards Bolswell, with its relevant services. There is no other scheme or proposal which will bring forward those financial contributions and consequent transport benefits. Mr. Parker's evidence has set out the specific services and distances, including the journey times on foot, by cycling, by bus, or by multimodal transport. I refer to the relevant sections of his proof, and these will all be explored in the roundtable session. So in summary, the appeal proposal therefore fully accords with MPP 110 and 115, and with policy LP1 and LP2 as explored above. Mention 4, agricultural land. The Council's case on agricultural land is narrowed to the proof of evidence and statement of common ground. The Council properly accepts that development is not significant for the purposes of footnote 65 of the SPPF. Mr. Collins also accepts the issues of, let's just say, BMV loss cannot be attributed more than limited weight. There remain significant errors and omissions in the Council's approach, including their insistence that policy LP1 is engaged when it makes no reference to agriculture. To answer the specific main issue 4 question, the effect of the proposed development on the supply of agricultural lands. This development proposal will not have a significant impact on the supply of agricultural land at the relevant grades. It's abundant across the Council's administrative area, and agricultural land has not been raised as a basis for objection in respect of any recent application around auction. So in summary, the loss of agricultural land is not a fact said to amount to significant loss or harm, either in its own right or collectively. I come into the Rule 6 parties concerns. The Rule 6 parties case on most issues largely overlaps with the Council. The principal separate element concerns highway safety, congestion and parking. The local highways authorities recorded no objection on these grounds, and its view should be accorded significant weight in line with well-established principles. The Council has properly not raised any reason for refusal on highways grounds. The Rule 6 parties additional allegations with respect to the perceptions of increased crime and antisocial behaviour and perceptions of overall loss of social cohesion are not planning matters that can weigh against this development. The appeal development is well located to ensure that residents can choose to participate in village life, whether by purchasing goods from a shop, attending the school, the village hall, or community buildings, or using the recreation. The government's growth agenda means that many places must grow or continue to grow. And the fact that development has already occurred in Warton is not a logical basis to refuse the appeal development and prevent the delivery of obvious benefits, not least the transport for improvements, which will benefit the whole sector. So I turn then to the Section 38(6) test and the planning balance. In conclusion, the appeal process will say it will accord with the development plan as a whole. It would accord with all of the policies named in the putative reason for refusal, LP1, LP2, LP14, LP30, as well as PNB3 and PNB4. And this is also a case where the presumption in favour of Senate development applies and clearly directs towards the grant permission. And that is a powerful material consideration. In respect to benefits, there will be a substantial package of benefits, provision of both market housing, which we accord substantial weight, and affordable housing, substantial weight, to address massive shortfalls in respect to both of those, alongside the economic benefits, moderate weight. There will also be notable transport benefits accorded moderate weight, but still important in their own right. Addressing the CMC note, paragraph 10, so where you ask for the implications of not proceeding with the scheme. Well, the implications would mean that both the housing and transport benefits would not be realised. This would be a significant missed opportunity to address the local housing crisis, provide 45 new affordable homes, and improve the connections to and from the settlement, Holsworth and other locations. In terms of the harms or the adverse effects, the harms of the development all very much be at the lower end, capable of being accorded no more than limited weight. So in conclusion, this is an excellent example of exactly the form of development which the government wants, capable of delivering substantial benefits already delivered in 5 years. And for all those reasons, the appellant will in due course request the appeal be annulled and provision of option.
Thank you, Mr. Thatcher. Mr. Garvey.
Can you hear me at the back? Thank you. The appellant seeks planning permission for up to 110 dwellings with access, landscaping, sustainable drainage features and associated infrastructure, all matters reserved save for primary vehicular access from Church Road. The appeal proposal arises out of the Council's non-determination of the appellant's proposal. Despite the Council having not determined the application, the Council brought the matter to the Council's planning committee after the appeal had been lodged to understand what position they would have adopted were they to determine the application. Council's officers recommended that members should have refused the application. The members agreed with this view and provided putative reasons for refusal. These opening submissions follow the main issues that were identified from the case management conference note. So the first is the effect of the proposed development on the settlement hierarchy of the borough. It is common ground that the Council have a significant housing shortfall and that the tilted balance within paragraph 11D Roman numeral 2 of the National Planning Policy Framework is engaged for the purposes of this appeal. Accordingly, the harms of the proposal must significantly and demonstrably outweigh the benefits. Nevertheless, this context does not give carte blanche for development proposals. The settlement hierarchy remains an appropriate mechanism for identifying settlements and locations where development should be focused. Warton is identified as a Category 4 settlement which is intended to cater for schemes of usually no more than 10 units. This is clearly not the sort of settlement intended to cater for large-scale unplanned developments such as the appeal proposal, particularly without respective improvements in service provision. Through the examination into the settlement hierarchy, the examiner was clear that the level of development for any settlement should be commensurate with the level, type and quality of day-to-day service provision. This is hardly a novel approach for settlement hierarchies, but it underscores why Warton is an inappropriate location for this type of unplanned development. Council's settlement hierarchy has been relatively consistent for a lengthy period. Indeed, the examiner for the North Warwickshire Local Plan in 2021 noted that the updated settlement sustainability appraisal remained broadly consistent with the January 2010 settlement sustainability appraisal, and that it was a proportionate evidence base. This consistency demonstrates these settlements have remained broadly consistent in terms of facilities and services, and consequently their capacity to accommodate growth. This updated sustainability appraisal concluded that Warton had relatively poor services and facilities. Indeed, the appraisal demonstrated that Warton had a decreased score in this respect. The score was 25 in 2010, it was reduced to 17 in 2018. Since this time, Warton has seen a further reduction with the loss of the public house, the Fox and Dogs. It is also noted that smaller villages such as Warton are dependent on larger villages and towns for services, particularly higher education, financial services, employment hubs and or large supermarkets, but neither Polesworth nor Dordon cater for all of these requirements. The appellant may say that the council's 5-year housing land supply is sufficiently poor that it warrants large-scale development being proposed within settlements such as Warton. The council do not shy away from the difficulties with housing delivery, but the solution is not for large-scale unplanned development in settlements without the appropriate services, facilities and employment to accommodate and support these new residents. Rather, a strategic solution is what the council require. Indeed, the development proposal will only make a trifling contribution towards the council's 5-year housing land supply. The council will remain with a serious housing shortfall, even were an additional 110 dwellings to be accounted for. Moreover, Warton has also seen a relatively significant expansion over the last decade. The village had 517 dwellings in 2016, but has seen an additional 310 dwellings come forward since then. The addition of the appeal proposal would constitute an 83% increase in the size of Warton since 2016, in the context that there have been no additional services or facilities to accommodate for this growth. The council say that the settlement needs time to absorb this level of growth, in particular with additional service and facilities coming forward before additional unplanned development comes forward. In terms of the impact on character and appearance of the area, so you will hear later today on this issue during the roundtable discussion, the appellant has supported their case with a landscape and visual impact assessment and professional evidence. The council do not have such expertise, but rather have provided their professional view in the context of planners who are accustomed to determining applications upon receipt of technical landscape evidence from an applicant or appellant. One imagines that much of this debate will be settled by your site visit, sir, as it largely turns on matters of subjective judgment. The council accept that the landscape impacts will be localised and not affect the overall character of the landscape area, but a localised impact is not a trivial impact. The council maintained that the proposal would give rise to a harmful visual and landscape impacts. Further, the proposal would be spatially and visually isolated and divorced from the main community of Warton. Indeed, the appeal proposal would constitute an extension which is not in character with the distinctive existing village characteristic of a nucleated settlement and transitional nature of this edge of settlement site. The council afford this issue significant weight against the proposal in its planning balance. In terms of whether future residents of the proposed development would have appropriate access to facilities and services, in the appeal pertaining to Curlow Close, which was a decision dated June 2023, Inspector Smith noted that Warton services and facilities were insufficient to cater for the daily living requirements of residents. That appeal was for 28 dwellings. Whilst that appeal was determined in the context of the council being able to demonstrate a 5-year housing land supply, there was nothing to suggest that Inspector Smith's conclusions about the adequacy of services and facilities were incorrect. Similarly, in the Fox and Dogs appeal in Warton, which was April 2020, the inspector noted that an additional 25 dwellings could result in growth which goes beyond the capacity of local service and facilities and cause harm to the development strategy for the borough. This main issue essentially has three considerations. The first is that Warton itself does not have the services, facilities and employment to cater for this quantum of development. This partly ties back to the settlement hierarchy for the borough, but it also underscores why this quantum of unplanned development is inappropriate. The second is that the appeal proposal is poorly located to existing service and facilities within Warton and surrounding settlements. Given that pedestrian access is only provided from Church Road, the appeal proposal would be divorced from the settlement. Whilst one naturally needs to look at the physical distances to services and facilities by foot, the legibility of such routes is equally important. In this context, the council assert that the routes into Warton would be unattractive and is unlikely many residents would realistically walk into the settlement. The third relates to the affordable housing proposed as part of the scheme. It is vital that affordable housing is integrated into an existing settlement to ensure that there is no ghetto element to such housing provision. But the appeal proposal separation from Warton will contribute to this aspect of the affordable housing being largely divorced from the settlement. There was previously some debate about how the appeal proposal connects to the settlement in respect to access from the site to Red Mile Way, i.e. a neighbouring relatively recent development. However, the appellant has confirmed that they do not rely on pedestrian access to Red Mile Way, while the pedestrian access is provided via Church Road. The consequence of the development proposal is that residents will not have a genuine choice of transport modes and instead will have to largely rely on the private motor car. In terms of the effect of the proposed development on the supply of agricultural land, the proposed development would result in the permanent loss of 5.7 hectares of best and most versatile agricultural land. The council do not overstate this harm, affording it limited weight against the proposal. However, it remains a material consideration that must be weighed against the proposal. Accordingly, the council will respectfully invite you to dismiss the appeal at the conclusion of the inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Garvey. Mr. Phipps, would you like to make an opening statement?
I would, sir. I'm afraid I didn't bring copies.
No, okay.
But I will make sure that they're available for the inquiry website.
That would be helpful, and if I could have a copy as well, and I'll try and take notes. There's an adage that's often used that when you see an inspector with his head down writing, that's cue not to go too fast. I think probably the visibility won't
You
help.
want to make copies. I might.
Okay, that's very helpful.
I'm afraid it's large print because of my eyes.
Yeah, I think probably if I could just ask you to proceed slowly, because Mr. Corbett Bircher needs to absorb it.
Of course. And I'll make sure it gets the point.
As well.
Yes, I do. Sorry. I think we did that this morning.
Of course. The Warton Residents Association, appearing as a Rule 6 party, opposes the proposed development of up to 110 dwellings on agricultural land south of Warton Recreation Road. The proposal constitutes a substantial and harmful outward extension of Warton into open countryside. As the council has already resolved, and it been the determining authority, it would have refused permission on multiple grounds of conflict with the development plan and material harm to the settlement strategy. The Residents Association represents a wide cross-section of the village. Our position is informed by a substantial body of local evidence, traffic data, community statements, accessibility analysis and social impact evidence summarised in our proof of evidence. What distinguishes this case and what we respectfully ask the inspector to keep firmly in view is not only the policy conflict, but the lived reality of a small rural community already experiencing an unprecedented scale of change. The depth of feeling within Warton is unmistakable. I believe there was 199 letters of objection lodged with the council, which is a striking proportion of the village. Residents describe pressures on roads and services, diminished feelings of safety, erosion of rural character, and strain on social cohesion. Their experiences are consistent, recent, and compelling. Warton is a Category 4 settlement under the local plan policy LP2, where adjacent boundary development is only acceptable if proportionate, sustainable, and aligned with the village's limited service base. The local plan indicates that growth in such settlements is usually of around 10 dwellings at any one time. The proposed 110 dwellings exceed that norm by an order of magnitude. This scale of growth is not an incremental extension, but a strategic expansion inconsistent with the intended role of Warton in the settlement hierarchy. That view is reinforced by the Curlew Close Appeal decision in 2023, where 28 dwellings were found to be a significant expansion, conflicting with LP1 and LP2. Warton has already absorbed over 300 new dwellings since 2016, an increase of approximately 60% before accounting for this scheme. The cumulative effect has already placed the village under demonstrable strain, and to add a further larger scheme now would undermine both the letter and purpose of the spatial strategy. The appeal site lies immediately beyond the village edge and forms part of open agricultural landscape that shapes Warton's rural identity. The council concludes that the development would cause significant harm to the character and appearance of the area, failing to comply with LP1, LP14 and LP30. Rapid cumulative expansion has already pushed Warton well beyond its historical form. Residents' testimony describes a clear perception of rural erosion. Views have been altered, the countryside diminished, and a sense of a small, close-knit community weakened. Although this scheme is not within the strategic gap considered in other appeals, the same principle applies, resisting coalescence, maintaining separation, and preventing incremental suburbanisation of the countryside. Warton is not a sustainable transport location. The 785-786 bus runs approximately every 2 hours. It's not even timed for Warton and offers no evening commuting return. There is no direct bus to the nearest GP surgeries in Jordan or Atherstone. There is no direct bus, residents without cars face round trips approaching 2 hours for basic healthcare. Multiple resident statements describe the practical impossibility of accessing medical appointments by public transport. Polesworth railway station is functionally unusable, with one northbound service per day and none southbound. The Curlew Close inspector has already found that the residents of Warton would be heavily dependent on the private car for daily needs. The appeal scheme would intensify that dependence, contrary to LP1 and LP2. The council has received extensive and credible evidence of traffic stress. Residents report a marked deterioration following recent developments, junction collisions, speeding, congestion at school times, and dangerous on-street parking already characterise Church Road, Warton Road, and the associated network. Community Speed Watch recorded 6,312 vehicles monitored over a year, with 2.48% of those speeding, mostly during school travel times. The county's data shows 20,000 weekly vehicle entries into the village, over 1 million movements per year. The recreation ground already generates hazardous parking conditions at weekends, with verges and sightlines obstructed. It is unsurprising that residents describe the roads as unsafe for children, walking or cycling, with several noting ceasing long-established cycle journeys due to fear of traffic. Residents consistently describe long waits, difficulty securing appointments, and an overstretched practice at the surgery. Polesworth branch remains closed, and Warton residents are treated as rural and required to collect prescriptions from Dordon, for which no bus exists. Several testimonies also describe the specific challenges for those with chronic conditions, for whom regular travel by car is essential owing to an absence of public transport. The inquiry should also not overlook the social context of this village. Warton has undergone rapid large-scale change. Evidence demonstrates a perceived rise in antisocial behaviour, including vandalism, drug misuse, intimidation, and unauthorised access to community spaces. Diminished community cohesion, with long-standing residents reporting the erosion of neighbourliness and the reduced participation in village events. And a sense of insecurity, particularly among women and older residents, following attempted break-ins, vehicle crime, and groups of youths congregating unsafely. These concerns are not presented as criminological findings, but as material evidence of community effect, relevant to LP's one objective of fostering strong, safe, and healthy communities. The central theme is that the pace of change has exceeded the pace of social absorption. Introducing a further 110 dwellings would now exacerbate these pressures. With regards to the planning balance, development conflicts with the spatial strategy of the adopted North Warwickshire local plan, particularly LP1 and LP2, undermines the role of Warton as a Category 4 settlement. The scheme would cause significant harm to rural character, increase car dependency, place further pressure on constrained infrastructure, and undermine community well-being without delivering benefits sufficient to outweigh these harms. The council, had it retained jurisdiction, resolved it would have refused the application for reasons directly aligned with those put forward by the Residents' Association. In light of the weight of policy conflict, the cumulative impact on the settlement, and the depth and credibility of community evidence, we respectfully submit that the appeal be dismissed. Warton is a village under pressure. The evidence before this inquiry demonstrates in policy terms and in lived experience that this proposal is not proportionate, not sustainable, and not in the public interest. The depth of concern expressed by residents is not just sentiment, it is grounded in tangible effects on daily life, safety, identity, and cohesion. We are a community under pressure trying to maintain a village as a community and not their conurbation. The inspector is respectfully invited to dismiss the appeal.
Thank you, Mr. Okay, so we'll move on to public speaking now, opportunity. I normally say it's self-prioritising, in other words, whoever wants to go first, but the one caveat is that some instances in the past, some people have been robbed of the chance to speak because they couldn't wait. So what I would ask you all to do is to, if anyone's got a pressing engagement, if they could self-select themselves, and if others could be patient. So I'll leave it up to you, but please come down. It's probably better for you to speak from the table opposite me so everyone can see you.
So, may I give this to the appeal?
Oh, yeah, that's fine, Mr. Phipps, yeah.
Right, so I'll send you an additional copy.
Okay.
But,
We get an email copy of the opponents.
yes, absolutely. Send that round.
Could you pass that through the witness stand? Sorry. If you'd rather sit down, sir, please, by all means. If you'd rather.
I don't intend to be here very long, no.
Oh, okay. So I'm just going to ask if you could, perhaps at the end, just drop a note. There's a spelling of your name, just so I don't get it wrong, because I have to record it. Yeah.
Understood.
Yeah. Anyway, the floor is yours.
Okay, my name is Alan Oglesby. I am a Warton resident. People who've been sitting here probably noticed that there was some laughter from the public gallery when they kept mentioning Warton's facilities and services. As a Warton resident, well, what have we got? We've got a shop with a post office, which is very, very good, I have to say. We have a pub and we have a social club, and I guess you'd include the parish hall. Oh, and I forgot to mention, we have a village library. If you walked round there, sir, you may have noticed it. It's in the bus shelter. It's very good. But that's it, really. And bringing 110 dwellings into the village will simply overwhelm the small facilities we already have. So that's my point, really. Please don't keep mentioning the easy access to local services, because they don't bloody well exist, really. Thank you.
Okay. Presume, Mr. Corbett-Bircher, you don't want to pass Mr. Ormsby anything on?
No, so there's no discussing. It's simply we have a roundtable session addressing the question of access. I would just gently ask if members could not applaud each time. It isn't necessary, I think.
Yeah, just in terms of applause, I I do appreciate that planning is a very sensitive issue, particularly when one is a local resident. It's just this distracting, not only for the advocates, but it's also distracting for me because I'm trying to write down what's been said, and so it does put me off. So if I could ask you to refrain from that. Thank you. Yes, the floor is yours.
Excuse me, I'm Julie Holden. I'm a Warton resident since 1995. I'm also the coordinator for Warton's Neighbourhood Watch. In the appellant's opening remarks, village services were mentioned. There are none, as Alan mentioned, other than one shop. It's the shop and the post office. They're one and the same. They're not two different entities. Other than the parish room, there are no other community buildings, none that I'm aware of in any case, unless you count the bus shelter with the books in. We do have a club and we have one pub. When I moved to Warton in 1995, we had a shop, a separate post office, a club and 3 pubs. 2 pubs have been demolished to make room, one pub has been demolished to make room for housing, the other pub has been turned into residential accommodation, which is the Hatters, right next door to the office pub. Residents struggle to access medical appointments. We have no medical facilities other than in Dordon, which is the opposite side of Polesworth. So you've got Warton, you've got to get through Polesworth in order to get to Dordon to access medical facilities. Sorry. Just 2 weeks ago, I had to raise a formal complaint to our GP surgery due to the lack of available appointments for an appointment for myself. I have to disagree that our village clearly has the ability to absorb further development, a statement that was made. In addition to the strain on medical services and school places, the sewage infrastructure is already inadequate. The smell in the village can be overwhelming in places. The proximity to Polesworth was mentioned as being close. That is the case, providing private vehicles are used. The reality of strictly limited access to public transport means that residents are stranded in Warton unless they can drive. The term local impact was mentioned in quite a dismissive way. It is, however, very meaningful impact to the residents who live in Warton Village. The extensive growth of Warton has been an increase in issues of antisocial behaviour, including drug use and vandalism. We've recently adopted a neighbourhood plan. It was carefully considered and it was done in consultation with local residents. This development sits outside of that plan. Warton does not have the services and facilities for the size and scale of this development. Thank you.
So again, largely, such as for do this in the round table, the neighbourhood plans are planning on will leave up in the back.
Okay, thank you for the contribution. Is there anyone else that would like to speak? Yeah.
I just said that's just because of my knee.
No, please, make yourself comfortable. That's
not that I'm going to be here today.
no, that's fine.
My name's my name's Edward Harris. I'm the local county councillor representing this particular village, only since May of this year. So I'm fairly new in that position. However, I have lived in the area for over 5 decades now, and have known Warton as a village in that time. And it's very important to understand the negative as well as the positive about what is in the village and what isn't. There's no GP in the village. There's no dentist. There's no opticians. There's no pharmacy. There's no direct bus to the GP, which you've already heard. The school places in the primary school are maxed out. We're looking to expand that. The Fox and Dogs pub was given up to housing. The facilities have declined in the time. There's no elderly transportation services, and to walk from Warton into Polesworth if you don't have a driving licence and the bus isn't available is quite a feat for many. There has been a rise in antisocial behaviour reported, and we can point to various police reports that bear that out, as well as complaints from residents. There's a rise in traffic congestion at school times, and the parking half on and half off the path and pavement around the schools is becoming a point of concern. Certainly, safety issues emerge when you have young families pushing prams along the pavement to take children to the primary school. The congestion is likely to increase significantly with this development. The concern about traffic speed has been raised, and I'm sure that will be raised again in future. Whilst there is no doubt a government requirement for more housing, and there is a strategy for that to be put in place, Warton has seen perhaps more than its fair share back over the years, and I believe that if we accelerate the growth in this particular village, we may see an extraordinary strain placed upon the services that are in the local area and neighbourhood, which were referred to earlier in both accounts. Pedestrian access along Church Road is limited as well. The lighting in that area, street lighting, is inadequate for our hours of darkness. There is a lived experience here that I believe that our good friends locally will be adding more detail to. That's all I wish to say at this point. I'm sorry I have to dash off for another council engagement, but hopefully that will help understand the lived experience of people in and from the village. Thank you.
Okay, I'll just check. Mr. Corbett-Birch, you might want to ask you something.
Oh, yes.
I have one question.
Yes.
Councillor, I noticed you said you lived in the area.
Yes.
Do I take it you're not a resident of Warton?
I'm not a resident
of
of
different settlement.
Yes, that's right. Yeah. I live in the next village along.
Which village is that?
Polesworth and Dawn.
So which village is that you live in?
The Polesworth and Dawn.
Polesworth and Dawn. That's
Yeah,
right.
on the boundary. Yes.
Very good. Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Just so you know, I did walk past the school just after 3 yesterday to see the community speed watch as well as the goings on at the primary school. Is there anyone else that would like to speak? Yes, 2 hands went up, so I'll leave it up to you to.
So I'm going to prepare, but
No,
I'll
just
just
pass
make
away.
a few notes.
Yeah.
So Kate Richardson, I grew up in the village. I lived there all my life. So 1974 I was born. So I now live there with my family too. So I thought I'd represent myself as a parent of young teens and young adults to say that, yes, the school places are limited at primary school, but also the secondary education in our area is also limited. Polesworth School is also under pressure, but it's the only secondary school that is accessible by public transport in Warwickshire. children would need to take 2 buses to get to Atherstone School, which would be the next closest secondary school. You then look at post-16 education. Apart from Polesworth sixth form, we're then looking at Tamworth, which has limited courses. Then you're looking at Lichfield, which is an hour and a half commute from a 16-year-old on 2 different buses, or Nuneaton or Hinckley, which is up to 3 hours to get a course that the student might be interested in. The bus service, which has already been mentioned several times, I know it's been mentioned that it's limited every 2 hours. The first 3 buses in the morning go towards Polesworth, which would get the child to Tamworth. After that, they go in the opposite direction. So obviously there's the talk of getting to Dordon Surgery. You would have to do a whole loop into Tamworth to get back to Dordon Surgery, anything after 10 o'clock, I think, in the morning. But that also affects our youngsters who are trying to access any kind of youth facilities or post-16 education. And then the walk to Polesworth, which has been mentioned several times, is, I would say, unsafe. I've had 2 teenage boys walking that route, which, you know, doesn't sit well with me. It's not lit. There's no houses on that route, so it's not a route that you would want your teenage children to be walking when there are no bus facilities. So again, when we're talking about raising families in Warton, it's not an easy thing to do, particularly when you've got teenagers. If you were a family, you are reliant on a car and taking your children to places for them to access any kind of youth facilities and to avoid having them hanging around in groups around the village. And the risk of them, I suppose, getting involved in antisocial behaviour. You know, my idea would always be to involve them in activities which aren't available in the village. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Al.
Still fab, sorry. I've got no questions for the residents. Those are access matters. We'll deal with those in the future.
Yeah.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
My name's Royce Skidmore. I'm the Polesworth Parish Councillor, but I'm not here as a parish councillor. I'm here as a resident of Warton. I've lived in Warton now for 50+ years, and in that time I've seen the loss of a number of facilities. I've seen the loss of a draper's, a butcher's, a chip shop, a general stores, and 2 public houses. 2 public houses have been adapted into housing. And whilst I appreciate that the council is under, the Borough Council is under pressure to supply houses, why is it that Warton is getting such a high proportion of this housing? We've had a lot of houses put up in the last couple of years, 3 years, and we're consistently seeing heavy vehicles going through, curbs being chewed up, and it's not becoming a very pleasant place to live. We have an ageing population in Warton of a lot of people who need medical attention. They can't get it properly. What happens is they have to get on 2 buses to travel from Warton into Polesworth and from Polesworth to Dordon. We have an adequate health centre in Polesworth which could be adapted, but doesn't matter. We've got a lot of people in the 80s plus. I'm in that category myself, and we need these facilities. We cannot take over 2 hours to get back home from just visiting the doctors. I haven't really got a speech prepared, but I feel that as a parish councillor, I need to support my the residents in the village. But I'm sorry that I hadn't prepared a more detailed pressure, but people, are very upset about what's happening, and there doesn't seem to be any end to it. And we're gradually seeing the roads, for instance, cannot contain the amount of traffic that we've got coming through Warton. And to have these 110 extra houses, and if you're allocating 2 houses to 2 cars to a house, you're looking at 200 cars. We're consistently getting accidents down at our crossroads. And a lot of money has been put into putting signs up and things like that, but people just cannot seem to read what we're asking of them and to slow down. And as it's been mentioned earlier, we've got a lot of children. The school itself is oversubscribed. So I'm asking that when you look around the village, take into consideration everything that's been said by various members of the public and by the Borough Council, because, we can't take much more. Thank you very much.
So I think access matters there. Also, I think highways, safety matters again to be dealt with in the round table of Mr. Park.
Yeah. Thank you.
So no questions. Thank you very much. Councillor.
Yeah, sorry, gentleman at the back. Yeah.
Good morning, if you're still morning. My name's Mike Holden, Warton resident. I'll be very brief. I'll try not to repeat things that have already been said, and I'll try not to have a panic attack and dry up. If I do, can somebody pass me some water? Thank you. I know what I'm about to say doesn't seem to carry much weight within this procedure, but I feel as though I have to say it anyway. The village has changed. I've been a resident within the village for 20 years, and prior to that, I was like many of the people here, suited, booted, tied, nice car, living the corporate life. I moved into the village. Things were very different, very rural, very traditional, very English, and I liked it. And I made a great effort to integrate into that community, and I've become part of that community, and I'm proud to be so. I've been a major contributor into an annual carnival that we hold, which is a very traditional English activity, and we've been extremely positive in integrating with new people that came in from all backgrounds and all ethnicities, and we found on the whole that integration has worked very, very well. Over the last few years, we seem to be just swamped. Things have happened too fast. We can't integrate. It used to be the case that if you went out, walked to the shop or to the pub, practically everybody that you bumped into, you either knew or they were happy to know you and to meet you and to find out what you did, where you lived, and people were friendly. Not everybody got on, obviously. Not everybody likes everybody else, but we were a community, and we are still, to a certain extent, a community. That community is being destroyed by what's happening to our village with new people moving in too fast as a proportion of the existing population. We've lost many people who I would regard as being pillars of the community because of the changes to the village. They've moved away, moved to different parts of the country, and they're greatly missed because we don't have them there as a resource to add to the infrastructure of how we live. And like I say, I think that's a side that doesn't carry an awful lot of weight, but I would just like to make people aware that there is a passion. There is a great community spirit within the community. And please, just don't let us become suburbia as opposed to a village. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Holden. And Mr. Colbert-Birch, anything?
No, so I have no questions. Holden. Thank you very much.
Gentlemen at the front, been waiting patiently. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, if you want to. Just a question.
Yeah, just a quick word. I'm Andy Leonard, Parish Councillor, who's responsible for Warton. Just want to back up what people have said. The main things are the public transport is virtually non-existent. There's no medical services. If you've got no car, you just cannot get to the doctors easily. It takes hours to get there and come back. Church Road itself is like a death trap. It's like a race course sometimes, and extra houses on there would make it even worse. And there's no facilities for the youth of the village. That's sadly lacking. No youth clubs or anything like that. So yeah, I just want to back up what everybody else has said.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Colbert-Birch. She thinks that matter still around too long.
Indeed, it's certainly. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Questions.
Yeah.
So.
Good morning. I'm Richard Jackson. I'm a resident of Church Road, and being a resident of Church Road, this is where the main access is going to come out of. I just thought I'd mention one or two things about, as Mr. Leonard said, it's getting to be a little bit of a death trap. It's a long, straight bit of road, but whereas it used to have, I'm old enough to remember the Hatters pub, which is just over the road from where I am, and that was changed into a housing estate. I think there's 28 dwellings, which is probably about 50 cars that you're putting out of the entrance that used to be a car park to a pub. That's directly onto Church Road, opposite us. Next to that is another pub. Obviously, that's quite busy too. Moving further down, right next door almost, we have the church. So you have church services, you have christenings, funerals, weddings. Then next door to that, you've got the park. The park has football matches. On a Sunday, the cars are lined all the way down, parked all the way along there, turning it into basically a one-way track. So you've got quite a problem. Now you're going to put a main entrance to this proposed development of 110 houses, which is 200 odd vehicles, out onto that same road. That's obviously going to have consequences. The consequences on the road itself are one thing. Then you've got the consequences of the amount of vehicles on the whole of the area. That's another thing. I'll just thought I'd say something specific on that, but in general, I would ask anybody who wanted to come, if this was developed, why do you want to come to Warton? Because there's nothing there. If you haven't got a car, then you're not going anywhere. You need at least 2 cars per dwelling. There is nothing in that. There is nothing in the local area. So all you're doing is putting more cars out, whereas this planning should be around towns and cities where work is for people. It's going to have a knock-on effect to Polesworth, because Polesworth Bridge Street down to the junction where most people go from Warton off Street when they're going to work. That's becoming blocked off during rush hour times. Now you're going to put another 200 odd cars onto that because they're going to have to go through there to get to Tamworth or to the M42 to go to work. So you're also putting extra strain traffic-wise onto that area. That needs to be taken into consideration as well. Thank you. That's probably it. Other than to say, there used to be, as we said, 2 more pubs, which made it a village. And now it's slowly becoming a housing estate without any facilities. I was an enthusiastic user of all of them. Thank you.
We'll make a note of that point. Mr. Jackson, other points there essentially referring to transport matters, vehicular movements. I'm assuming Mr. Jackson hasn't read the transport assessment.
I think probably that's, probably best.
If he hasn't, I can't ask any useful questions, but Mr. Parker is the author of it.
Can
certainly address all those matters. Sessions.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Jackson. Yeah, sorry, the lady in the middle. Yeah.
Fiona Bryce, resident on Church Road for over 30 years. Wasn't really expecting to come up and say, but obviously it's a strong matter. It was indicated earlier that it didn't make any difference to anybody's outlook of the village, which when I will be living opposite the entrance to this site, find very offensive. It isn't just an individual look, it is the look and feel to all the residents that we are slowly losing. We've raised our 3 children in the village. We accessed all facilities from nursery, which I ended up running, school, brownies, rainbows, dance groups. So we were heavily involved. I also ended up as chairperson for the carnival, which we started up for a community spirited event, which was going to last a couple of years and is still going strong. The fact that we live on Church Road, we know that the parking on such events in the church or the park has always been along our road and restricts our access in and out of our property. This is accepted by us because it is part of the community and the spirit of it. What we can't accept is the danger that another access to another housing estate will make to it. Therefore, you've got to pull off Church Road into it and pull off from the houses onto Church Road, which will inevitably already have half the road taken up with parking. Also, it hasn't been mentioned that it is a heavily equestrian area. Therefore, horses, riders go up and down the road frequently every day. That's been more at risk on such busy weekends with the parking. Already, cars have to wait for a safe passing all the way down the road. Horses obviously have a different risk altogether, given the fact that we are supposed to give them 2 meters distance. This is already restricted. The road now floods, which didn't flood, which is somewhat due to the building that has already happened all around the area and the raised path that was put in with no other drainage. We've got 3 different speeds on that road. We ourselves were actually refused the ability to do an in and out drive on our own property because it would spoil the outlook of the village. We also tend all the verges in front of our property, because that doesn't happen otherwise. So the outlook of the village, we're obviously spited ourselves by the fact that we keep the outlook of the village. The community spirit has diminished, and I feel that this, although it's been pushed that it's a transport problem, those that live in it and choose to live in it understand the transport. We just do not wish to be a thoroughfare for buses continually, but it is actually the drain on the infrastructure that is there already. Drainage, lighting, doctors, schools, the increase in numbers of people is the issue that we have, and that is why we do not need any more. Thank you.
Yes.
Again, questions large about highways safety, which I've got Mr. Parker. No questions.
Okay. Thank you. Anyone else like to speak? Oh, so gentleman at the back. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. I'm not a resident of Warton. I'm a resident of Polesworth, where I've lived for the last 45 years. I'm a Polesworth Parish Councillor, a Borough Councillor. I sit on planning. I did not take part in the debate or indeed vote on the debate concerning this development when it came to the council, for the very simple reason that I chaired the group that produced the neighbourhood plan, and therefore didn't feel I could approach the that debate in the manner which is required, that is the open mind approach to planning, as I felt that my work on the neighbourhood plan didn't allow me to actually really consider this development, and that was my position. I'd like to bring attention to a few matters. I appreciate that there are no highways objections here, but highways is clearly going to come up in later consideration and debates. But what I would say is that this is not an area that has been that has not contributed to the government's aim and the will to provide homes where they are necessary. We've heard that there have been 350 odd homes in Warton. Polesworth has seen some approaching 600 houses, and there are many more to come. What hasn't altered in this time is the actual the road system, which feeds into Polesworth and Warton very often. The outlying villages such as Austria have also had considerable development, and the road system is as it was, as it is. While I appreciate highways may feel that their surveys and the like reveal capacity there, for those of us who live here, we are very much aware that the capacity is not actually helpful and satisfactory at times, and is under pressure. And so that's something that I would like to draw attention to. A lot of things have been mentioned. One of the things that's been mentioned is secondary provision, which is important. Secondary provision is for the majority, well, for all of our children at Polesworth High School. Warton provides a particular difficulty here because it is not outside of the 3-mile boundary for the provision of school buses being free. It is free at the moment, but it came under threat when I served as a county councillor back in around about 2020, I think, when the county were looking at the cost of homeschool transport and sought to run pilots in North Warwickshire and were set to withdraw the free transport from Warton to Polesworth High School. A successful campaign was mounted to resist this, and I think, sir, if you get the opportunity to view the walk from Warton to Polesworth, that will be time well spent in your inquiry, because it is a very exposed route, and that was something that was there then. We fought this, and the leader of the then county council, a lady called Lizzie Second, was promoting this until she actually undertook the walk, and then she withdrew her support. It was a simple exercise, essentially. I'm well aware that the county council are again reviewing home to school transport, and I think this is of significant importance to Warton in this time. This is the one provision for secondary education, or the majority of further education. If we want to go for more, for other not traditional academic courses, you've got to go to Tamworth or to Nuneaton. But that provision in Polesworth is important and fundamental to the children of Warton, the surrounding area, and I honestly feel that this is under threat by increasing development and existing pressures. The point of the community. Warton is a traditional community and it has gone through a lot. The developments have been fast and fairly furious. They're still going on in Warton at the moment and causing significant disruption. And further development will cause further development for a community that's already suffered quite a bit in this respect. There is also the question in the naval plan. We did undertake a considerable consultation exercise. We went a bit beyond the statutory requirement for that. And what you won't find in the naval plan is anyone who is suggesting that they want to lose their green spaces, that they want to actually expand the community beyond its traditional limits. It is a traditional community, as are all the communities in this region. And the continuous expansion is putting the soul of these communities under threat. I think the term that's already being used is we want communities, not conurbation. And that brings me possibly to my last point, which is that, yes, I appreciate that we're looking at this development in isolation, that is the focus of this inquiry, but there is mission creep here, or appears to be mission, as it were. We know that the A5 has stalled, the A5 grant hasn't been forthcoming, and has stalled development in the Polesworth developments, which are proposed in the local plan. However, it is inconceivable that the A5 will not be developed at some point. When you look at the work and developments going on at Moira, when you look at the projected economic benefits of the development of the A5, they are manifest and huge. And indeed, I think I saw it on the news last night that Rachel Reeves was taking the Treasury to task about this failure of the grant to the A5. As I say, it is inconceivable, in my view, that this won't be forthcoming at some point, and that proposed developments in Polesworth will not go ahead, and indeed the
and why. But
It's trying to be so we either have an early lunch now and then
Yeah.
come back and then just do it all in one go,
yeah,
or we do
What-
short break.
what's the preference round the room? I'm ambivalent.
You like to also you.
Please. So what largely as if you prefer to have a longer lunch break now, we wouldn't want to stand where it just got to this. It's 11:40, so it's a little
Yeah.
bit, but I'm very much limited. So whatever you prefer.
I've probably got an element of reluctance to break up around the table.
Well, absolutely. So we would.
Because they have a sort of flow, and then you sort of break it, and then you've got to sort of come back. So
Well, absolutely. No, we take that on board fully. So if you wish to break for an hour now.
yeah.
that's a lot.
Shall we round up to say 1:45 then, and resume with the round table at 1:45 then?
Indeed, sir. Thank you.
Okay. So thank you all. So inquiries adjourned till 1:45. Thank you.
I think you want to follow. What spot?
What should be councillors something on?
Okay, inquiries resumed then. I'll just check any matters of housekeeping before we start in earnest. Mr. Garvey, anything from you?
Thank you, sir. Just very briefly to make you aware that in case you weren't aware, we are live streaming this event, and that means whilst everyone in the room sure can hear without microphones, it's best to you still use the microphones.
Oh, okay, thank you. Okay.
I'm also told, sir, that in respect to live streaming, next Tuesday when we're doing closing submissions and other matters, we're in your hands, sir. But if you would prefer to do that virtually, that is an option to do the closings virtual. If the council have the capacity to do it in this room if you want, but if it saves people travelling and whatnot, then that is an option. The council are ready to case it for that.
Okay, I'm open-minded. Perhaps all the other parties like to have sort of a discussion about that. And I suspect I'm probably up on the Wednesday for a site visit, so it's probably slightly immaterial for me, but I appreciate it might save other people travelling. So yeah, okay, that's a fair point. Perhaps the parties like to discuss that and let me know tomorrow.
So if I can say provision from the appellate side, we would support virtual if that's again strict subject to what your preference is. I don't know what the council's perspective is, whether they're indicating, Ms. Garvey is indicating he would support virtual.
We can cater it. I mean, selfishly, it saves me a journey, but I think the council are going to be in this room either way.
Yes, I mean, there's a section 106 session as well.
Yeah.
Our solicitor will be present, but she can also log in for that. So we don't think it makes any difference to the section 106.
Okay.
It's just, I think from our perspective, it probably would save journeys, but as a group time, so we're very happy to be here in person. That's your preference.
Professor Phipps, I don't. Oh, okay.
I'm 20 minutes away, so I'm happy to attend if needed. I'm also fully equipped to be able to stream online.
Okay. Well, given both parties are supportive of it, I'm mindful to go in that direction then.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, we can talk much more about the logistics of that, but appreciate that may save travelling and dowries and things like that. So yeah, okay.
Just speaking out loud, thinking out loud, sorry. We're also thinking the conditions in Section 26 agreement will be on that Tuesday. Is there any appetite to move that early in the programme, sir?
Yes, I was even tempted to suggest we even look at conditions at the end of the afternoon today, but I think we could probably split the two, I suspect. And I appreciate there's other people probably involved in a legal agreement.
We do, yes, I'm afraid we do have availability issues. That's why I asked this to, I think Tuesday is the day.
Yeah, okay.
She's free, so
yeah.
Prefer to keep that. Very happy to look at, to my right, very happy to look at conditions earlier.
Yeah.
And if we need to return to the limited conditions, we can do that respect basis later on.
Okay. All right. Now housekeeping for you, Professor Smith. Anything from you, Mr. Cole?
No, sir. Nothing from the. I'm conscious of not to share this microphone.
Oh no.
Do you want? If there's one behind it, you'd be able to.
Okay, but it's as long as I don't, then I will have to do my duet.
Okay, that's fine. I'm quite happy for everyone to participate in roundtables. I know there's a few inspectors that do get edgy when other planners and advocates do come in, but I take the view that I'd rather hear from everyone. So that's the way that I expect roundtables to be governed. So by all means, I'm happy for anyone to contribute. Okay, the agenda was helpfully drafted a week or so ago. So unless there's any suggested changes to that, we'll go with that in mind. I've got some questions of my own, but most of the points probably will come under the headings. I'll probably have a catch-all, having said that, of any other points at the end. So forgive me if I sort of got a few questions at the end that haven't been touched on. So, okay. Well, look, let's start with the LVIA and methodology. And given it's the appellant's LVIA, I think probably that's the starting point. So is it good morning, good afternoon to Mr. Bullock?
Yeah, I'll just say Mr. Bullock will lead on all these points.
Yeah.
I will, if necessary, chip in, but he will lead on all of these. Yeah. He's the author of the agenda,
yeah,
and of course the author of the LBA.
Good afternoon. Everyone in there? Yeah.
Sorry. So just to start with the LVA itself and the methodology, we've prepared and it's been agreed through the statement of common ground. We prepared an LVA that's to the Officer Standard of GLVIA version 3, which is the basically the industrial standard, as you might say, for undertaking non-state visual assessments and appraisals. It's published jointly by the Chartered Institute of Environmental Management and Assessment and also the Landscape Institute. As part of that process, we consulted with the local planning authority pre-application stage over the matters of the methodology itself, including the assessment area, which is 5 kilometres off the radius, 5 kilometres radius off the site boundary, and also the represented viewpoints, the nature of those and the location of them. And through a conversation on email, we came down to the final ones, which are now included within the LVA. We also agreed at the position of the viewpoints for the accurate visual representations as well. For use of a better word, those are photo montages. So, as I have said, that's been agreed through the statement of common ground that we undertaken an LVA, which was to standard the LVA, and also the locations of the viewpoints were also agreed with the local planning authority themselves. Moving on.
So I just pause that. The reference to the statement of common ground is 2.7.
Okay, thank you very much.
On page 4. When I use page numbers, I refer to PDF numbers because I'm entirely electronic. I hope that's okay.
Yeah, so paragraph 2.
It's paragraph 2.7. You'll find it on page 4.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you very much. That's very helpful.
Just to sort of set some context in terms of landscape character, the site itself is based in relation to Area 72. And that is an area of over 32,000 hectares in size. And then going down further, we've consulted the Warwickshire County Council's landscape guidelines, which were published in 1993. And the regional level, the site is situated within the Lees Lowlands and the Arden River valleys and the landscape character area. And then at the local level, we've also reviewed and studied the local landscape character assessment, which is more recent, which is the North Warwickshire Borough Council Landscape Character Assessment 2010, which finds the site within the No Man Heath to Warton Lowlands Landscape Character area. And those seem to be in agreement with the authority through the statement of common ground also.
Shall I give the council just a chance to confirm or otherwise? Mr. Collison, are you quite happy with everything that's been said so far?
So far, the LVI, say looks generally at wider distance views, goes to 5 kilometres as being indicated. Our concerns are obviously about localised impact. The LPA sort of considers that those open arable fields and low hedges along the sort of Warton Road bits will go into
should we come on to the very
could I just say about some of the viewpoints? Obviously we need to look at the worst case scenario of this development, and I'd say viewpoints are from a distance we've said about views from the east side, but the only view I can see from the east side is point 11 on the viewpoints, whereas 13 and 14 are directly adjacent to the site and next to Church Road, which has screening, but certainly to the east side there isn't anything closer than 11 looking from that perspective. And if we are to look at worst case scenarios coming to landscape, that should have been picked up, I would have said, in terms of the prominence of the site. But we will see from the site visit anyway, all of these things and these points when we do go around the site.
So I wonder if I could intervene at this point. As I understand it, we're dealing with landscape effects, specifically the landscape character area. You will see through the statement of common ground, we try to do a bit of structure to this. I'm very happy to talk about viewpoints in due course, but I think that what we're dealing with at the moment in terms of what is the relevant landscape character area should be agreed. And indeed, in the run-up to what the effects are, as called in the LVA in terms of landscape effects, again, we say really those ought to be agreed. And we'll come on obviously to what the council's objections are, but we're very keen, you can see from our agenda as well, to take landscape effects in their own right, and then visual effects.
Yes. So in terms of the landscape character assessment, are you happy with what Mr. Bullock's gone through?
Yes, in terms of the Warwickshire assessment and the the LTA that was carried out by this authority.
Mr. Bullock, I interrupted you. You were, I think, probably moving on to is it the agreed position?
If I may just
got
just while we're on landscape character.
Obviously, part of the landscape character assessment is to determine sensitivity of the site, and sensitivity of the receiving environment, which it would sit within in that sense. Through the work that we did with the LBA, we determined that the site had a medium sensitivity, and this receiving environment, i.e., the open landscape surrounds the site and surrounds the village itself, is also a medium sensitivity landscape. That appears to have been agreed through the statement of common ground at 2.9 as well, I think. Just sort of setting up some of the key.
Yes, I think that is 2.9, yeah.
And then if I may sort of set the scene as well, I could just sort of do a description.
Please, by all means,
So the site itself is a single agricultural field. It sits on the village edge. There are no trees within the site's interior. There are no veteran trees within the site or adjoining its quantum. Hedgerows are a native species commonly found locally to the site and the surrounding area. And the eastern boundary hedgerow has degrees of degradation within it and it's gappy in places. And there's a lack of scattered hedgerows within the land between the field and the neighbouring collection of housing, basically. The hedgerow and hedgeline trees on the northern boundary are well intact, as they are on the western side as well. The field itself, looking at some historical maps, may have been subject to some hedgerow extraction or agricultural practices and intensification over the years. Some of the ice maps that Mr. Collinson has provided, going back to about 1950, kind of demonstrate the removal of those hedgerows. But in terms of the landscape sensitivity of the site, it's no greater than anywhere else around Warton Village itself. There is a degree of intactness of landscape character features from the host landscape character area, although there are some degrading factors there. I point to the fact that there's probably been some hedgerow removal. Some of the hedgerow on the southern side are degraded in a few places and gappy. Overall, the key ingredients of the landscape character area in terms of topography and the enclosure by hedgerows remains intact. And you'll find my analysis of the site in table ELA 7.1 within the LVA itself.
So I'll just intervene at that point. There are 2 LVAs in the evidence before you, but they are in content and almost exactly the same. So I understand. So you may essentially may have already picked this up. There is 1.12 in CD 1, CD volume 1. And then at 2.9, there's an additional version. So that was the March version. Yeah, but so the first one is 112, and then the second one is 210. It doesn't matter which one you use, because as I understand it, 210 is actually simply picking up typographical errors. It isn't changing any conclusions. So I think the page numbers also remain the same as well.
Mr. Cotton, I mean, particularly in terms of paragraph 2.9, you're quite happy about the sensitivity that's been assessed there?
Yes. Don't know whether I'm able to just come back on the...
Yeah. By all means. Yeah.
There's comments made about the southern and eastern boundary. Southern boundary being gap A. You can certainly look at that on site, and the eastern boundary being open. I'd also come to the point of the difference in gradient on the land, which rises up, I think about 11 metres from the from that eastern corner up towards Church Road, which obviously impacts on views of it.
Yeah, I noticed that yesterday. Yeah.
Okay, just for clarification, where the hedgerows are gappy, it is a very minor area in terms of the linear length of that.
Yeah.
I'd estimate that we're probably across the length of Warton Road from Church Road to Red Mile Way is by the eastern boundary. It's probably something in the regions of 30 to 40 metres. And to be fair, that can easily be gapped up and bolstered through new hedgerow planting.
Yeah, I'd like to come on to that shortly. Yeah.
So it's a minor geographical area of the linear length itself. In addition to that, what come on to you, of course, is the landscape component as well. So just for clarity, the site itself in terms of sensitivity, it's not a national or locally designated landscape. It's undesignated countryside. There are landscape features intact, but there are some detracting features. So some distinctive elements and a few landscape detractors is how we define that within the sort of methodology that's contained within the area.
So any more then about I'll ask Mr. Collison as well. In terms of the first item, then character and appearance generally, and you touched on existing boundary features. Any more to add on that point? Mr. Collison, any more on the first aspect?
No, nothing further to add.
Okay. Don't think there's anything.
So just one more point.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Just in terms of the LVA as well, in section 7, you'll see in table 7.2, we have assessed whether or not, because the site is outside of the national landscape designation, we've assessed whether or not the site would have considered to be a valued landscape. So we followed the criteria there with the technical guidance from the Landscape Institute. We assessed the site in terms of its worthiness as a valued landscape, of which we found it was not.
Okay. Just a clarification from me, Mr. Collison. I take it that the council's happy then with the methodology and not disputing the fact that Cliffy has been followed.
That's correct, yes. Yeah. From what I can see as a planner looking at that, obviously we haven't had our own landscape expert look at it, but
okay, but as far as this inquiry is concerned, the Libya process has been gone through. Okay, all right. Okay, thank you. If there's no more, Mr. Bullock, on the first item on our agenda, then do you want to move on to the appeal proposal, then including design and layout?
So could I?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah,
could we now go on to visual effects?
Okay, all right then.
Reposition on visual effects. Through the negotiation of the statement of content, we were able to agree the visual effects which we arrived at in the LBA with the local authority. It would be useful to know which viewpoints are not in agreement. If I just walk backwards slightly and explain the LBA viewpoints were agreed with the authority in terms of their location and their nature by the type of people. But on top of that, landscape visual impact assessment was underpinned by a plotted zone plotted zone theoretical visibility, which you've used to locate positions for assessment. And with all assessments, it's not just close range views. You have to do close, medium, long, and if you can, very long range views. And we try to do all faces of the compass as well. But obviously that's dictated by the Z2B because there might be landform which restricts in screens. And just picking up on the worst case scenario, the assessment was undertaken during wintertime conditions as well.
Mr. Paulson, I think you made reference to viewpoint 11 and then other viewpoints you used. I think we're touching towards if there's anything from the east. I think you starting to say.
That's correct. I was trying to sort of indicate that from the east is where it's more visible and prominent, and actually is viewpoint 11 the place that it would be seen in that same form. And there was certainly me looking at it today is whether that point should have been closer to the crossroads. Yeah, from Warton Road, looking from Warton Road towards Church Road.
East might not be. It's more southeast, but I think it's the views from Warton Road.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Well, I'll ask Mr. Bullock to comment, and then I might make a comment myself. Go on.
So in terms of the viewpoints from the east, you can see we've actually done a collection of viewpoints to the east, which go out as far as nearly 2.5 kilometres through the open countryside between the two settlements themselves. The location of viewpoint 11, which we're talking about directly, was agreed with the local authority. It's positioned on a public right of way. The reason why that was selected and probably agreed on is people walking public rights of way have a high sensitivity to visual change and high susceptibility to change as well. Whereas if you were to be walking on Warton Road, it's a transient movement. Vehicle movements are at speed, and therefore the sensitivity of that location and susceptibility to change is at most a medium for both. I would argue probably on Warton Road it could have a reduced susceptibility to change below medium, but it was a medium sensitivity. So the location of viewpoint 11 was selected for that reason itself. Additionally to that, we also considered the impact from viewpoint 2, which, albeit it's not directly used, it is from Church Road nearest the park itself, to represent what the potential change and effect would be to the road users at that point. People who may be going to the church, and also to the park itself. One of the AVRs, AVR 2, is representative of that as well.
Mr. Coulson, anything to add on that? Those two viewpoints.
I would just say on viewpoint 11, I would say it'd be closer to the road where the footpath's meeting it. I think certainly walking myself, you would when you come to a point of actually a change in circumstances, that's when you would have. I would certainly say would have been better to move that further northwards from its position further towards Barn End Road, where it rejoins the highway.
Okay. I mean,
But we will see this on site.
yeah, I mean, I'm happy to, whether that part of the site visit's unaccompanied or accompanied, I'm more than happy to walk along there. And often these things are viewing corridors as well, rather than actually viewing points. But I do take the point, Mr. Bullock, about the sensitivity of the receptor, and I think that's reflected in Clivia as well. But yeah, can you carry on?
Just a couple of things. I think in reality, you're dealing with the same landform. It's probably at exactly pretty much the same OS position. It's a flat, gently undulating field. It wouldn't give you a more prominent position view-wise. You're probably talking 100 metres or so closer into the village. In reality, I think what we've shown there is a position where you see the wider village itself. If you're closer to the village, you're more likely to be views to be filtered by hedgerows or trees that might be associated with Warton Road or the field boundary themselves. So we tried in that situation, I think coming back a little further, it gives you more of a wider perspective on how the site integrates with the village itself. And just a point on sensitivity, I think if you're at the road, you're less likely to be enjoying the view, you're more likely to be walking away from the road into the open fields, and therefore there's a greater sense of tranquility within that position that you would now on the roadside. So where that position is versus Mr. Collinson's position, you would have a greater susceptibility to change of that location, whereas I think on the road it would probably be a medium susceptibility to change.
Okay.
So can I on that point?
Yeah. Sorry. Yes, absolutely. Yes, by all means. Yeah.
The road itself and people walking around Warton, there's regular walking groups that actually walk the perimeter of the village, and the route going from Warton Road all the way down to Church Road, crossing over and then going around, you do see the view of the field, and it's a regular walking route for people in the village. And if you walked around yesterday, you'd notice there's no litter, or very little litter.
Yes,
because we have regular litter picking groups that actually walk that route, cleaning it just because people do use that road, as well as horses, and we also have a big cycling community that use them. So it isn't, I disagree that it's less sensitive just because you're walking on the road. And with a lot of elderly people, they actually don't want to walk in the fields that we have. So there's lots of dog walking, lots of people walking along there, and they are very sensitive to the view that they get when they walk up that road.
Okay, I'll obviously have a good wander around. Yeah. With Mr. Carson, was there any other viewpoints?
Only about point 11 there that I think it was indicated that point 11 is quite flat. I don't think it is. I think it slopes down towards I don't know, it's Kisses Barn Lane. All of the land slopes away at that point. And actually, what I was trying to say is moving it further north, which you will be able to see on site. It is the land itself and around it is more prominent.
Okay. Well, I will walk along the whole thing. So there's often, I think viewpoints are often a bit a misnomer. It's a viewing experience corridor rather than a specific point. Okay. But there's, in terms of my site visit next week, there's no other areas other than the ones that are shown on the LVIA that I should be looking at.
No.
Okay. Mr. Collison, Mr. Bullock, do you want to carry on in terms of visual effects?
Forgive me, sir, I'm slightly at a loss. We've tried to give a statement of common ground with the authority where they didn't agree the visual effects. But we've just asked Mr. Collinson to tell us why, and we've got a viewpoint 11 that should be positioned closer to the residential. But I don't see that as a reason to not agree any of the visual effects that we've put before and evidence through the LVIA.
So I think to take it in order, we've raised the viewpoints there because we were talking about methodology.
Yeah.
What I'm hearing from the council is they don't say that any other viewpoints need to be added as part of the methodology.
Yeah.
So when we come on to agenda item 4, we talk about the ZTV. our conclusions on visual effects, what we understand from that is that the council are not going to say there's any other viewpoint where there should be a difference or indeed higher effect. So depending on your preference, so I think we would then move to boundary features, and we'll come back to visual effects in accordance with we do make that marker that as Mr. Bullock has said, we were just very concerned about the council not bringing along obviously a landscape expert of their own, trying to agree the statement of common ground viewpoints, and I say only being told today that they think that 11 should be moved, but we have the clarification it's only 11, and we'll take that and make submissions on that accordingly.
Okay.
Just on the point about not agreeing with these impacts, the table that's in the statement of common ground, which derived from the appellant, that follows the appellant's own methodology from their LVA, i.e. judging sensitivity, magnitude change and level of effect, which is sort of an LVIA approach to judging viewpoints. The council don't have a landscape witness who would be qualified to undertake that same LVA approach. There's no legal guidance requirement that they have a landscape witness at a planning inquiry. Ultimately, the council thought, well, we don't have the means by which we can follow the appellant's methodology, so it would be inappropriate for the council to say, well, we're just going to blindly agree with all of these effects, having not gone through their own LVA, but that doesn't preclude them from being able to provide their own judgments as to what they say the level of visual effect is at each receptor point.
Well, so
go on.
So it's almost exactly the opposite way around. This is a technical field. There are many landscape consultants across the country that can provide assistance to the council's position. What the council effectively are asking you to do is say, well, we have an LVA in front of you, which we agree is GLIVIA compliant. We're not going to provide any evidence on the bits that we disagree with. We're just simply going to say we can't agree. Now, you therefore ended up in a position where you have detailed, robust evidence provided by a qualified landscape consultant, an architect, Mr. Bullock, and actually the position is the council really would be saying, having no evidence to contest this, we agree that those are the magnitudes, the effects, the levels that ultimately should be used in this inquiry because they're not contested. It's a very troubling position, if I may put it this way, for councils. If this is what this council is trying to do, to say we're no longer going to put forward qualified landscape evidence because we don't have it in-house, and then say we're not even going to agree to statements of common ground, it's a very troubling position if this authority and others take that route.
Okay, well, I'll obviously consider all written evidence. I'll undertake a very thorough site visit, and I'd just like to hear from the parties today. I wonder if we could go back to item 2 on the agenda, because I think we jumped through it, and certainly I think it's probably helpful to understand the context of the proposal before we actually jumped into the effects. In particular, I was going to ask for confirmation about the status of some of the submitted plans. Am I right in terms of the suggested conditions that the parameter plan is effectively setting a sort of framework for the extent of development and open space? Mr. Cox, I think you voiced.
That's correct, sir.
Right.
We submitted an illustrative landscape master plan, but that isn't a plan that we propose it to be.
Okay, so let me make a note of that, please, Mr. Scott. So the landscaping plan is indicative.
Yes.
Whereas the parameter plan, sorry, singular, isn't it? Parameter plan is for determination.
That's correct.
And is it fair to say for me to record that sets the physical extent of development as well as physical extent of open space?
Absolutely, sir.
And then also, I think there's a condition, wasn't there, about the heights that makes reference to the design access statement. Is it page 48? The design access statement, I think, refers to.
Slide says condition 6.
Yeah, is it 2 to 2.5 story, and it's shown.
Yes, so that's right. Yeah, you have 2-story with the occasional 2.5-story building.
Yeah. Okay. So the heights for determination as well. And I was just going to ask in terms of density. I appreciate you could probably have a preposterous scheme of all 1-bedroom houses, but I think there's a reference to 33 hectares within the development area in the design access statement. So is that the broad yardstick I should be considering things of?
33 dwellings per hectare.
Yeah. So, and that's within the actual development area, not within the red line.
That is correct. So.
Yeah. Okay. So, I mean, as I said, you could get a preposterous situation of all 1-bedroom houses.
Yeah.
So is that sort of basically a broad yardstick?
It is a broad yardstick, and I think it will come down to housing mix that will be determined on reserve matter stage.
Yeah. Okay, so they're the sort of parameters that I should be discussing it. I was going to get confirmation about the space that's available for landscaping, and if the parties haven't got that to hand and would like to think about it, then by all means. But I think there was reference in opening that there might be 2 hectares available for landscaping. Is that correct?
That's correct. So that's two hectares of green infrastructure that would include landscaping, areas of public open space, and attenuation.
So that's that's attenuation, ponds, and planting as well.
That's correct.
Okay.
Just on the parameters, I suspect you picked up on the fact that there is in that design access statement the density plan, which shows areas of lower density and higher density.
Yeah. Just on the status of that, the density plan, I'm presuming that's indicative as well. Yeah. So the way I should accord to that would be, as an indicative plan. Yeah.
Just thinking, because the condition 6 that relies on that building heights and density plan. And there's no suggestion it's indicative from that.
Yeah, there's some curious wording, but I'm not. Was the intent then that the density should be indicative then? Or?
That's correct. And in terms of the condition, it relates to building heights.
Okay. Well, so is that? I mean, leaving leaving aside the density, then is it a case that that condition probably should be reworded? Yeah. Okay. Okay. Right. So thank you for that. The design access statement has got a landscape strategy in there, but I was just going to ask just a comment, Mr. Bullock, what would you envisage a landscape strategy to be?
In terms of how we develop it, or
yeah, I mean, if it was granted permission and you were required to come up with a detailed reserve matter scheme, what would be your overview?
Okay, so for it to be implemented, you need obviously a pen drawing. We need to have basic technical drawings. So in a sort of more common word, a planting plan, which would demonstrate, I suppose, what goes away, as you might examine that. So that would be detailed planting plan with planting schedules, numbers, heights.
Yeah, no, sorry, I meant what would your vision be? What would your design approach be?
Okay, so in developing the illustrative landscape master plan that we brought forward on this scheme, we work collectively with the hydrologists, the ecologists, and the arboriculturists as well as the master planner. So this scheme itself has tried to draw on a number of things. One is the sort of published landscape character guidance for the host landscape character area itself, looking at typical features, but also the recommendations for managing the landscape character for the future. Secondly, also drawing on the recommendations from the arboricultural report in terms of new planting and species, etc. And also integrating sort of the ecological habitat creation for biodiversity net gain. So that kind of creates the sort of the framework of the landscape itself. And then for amenity purposes, we've got the integrity of pedestrian movement as well as play and play on the way, as you may say. We've also been very conscious of promoting new tree cover within the site itself and along its boundaries, strengthening and bolstering those features themselves, which is one of the key priorities for the host landscape character area, to retain sort of the structure of field hedgerows. And in doing so, we've also offset the existing pool that's on the eastern side and made sure that we're not ingressing into that, and we're creating a habitat in front of it for wildlife benefits. We're creating a SUDS area that's got a habitat-focused landscaping scheme. And also we're putting in a fruit orchard, not a commercial type fruit orchard, but a sort of community orchard to the sort of the western edge of the site itself. In part, that is, it's a good amenity feature, it's a good ecological feature. It provides some kind of mitigation against the site itself, but also enables the opportunity to restore what are now lost features from the landscape character area, and obviously the associated endangered sort of fruit species as well to promote their longevity. So you try to pull together a meaningful landscape scheme in that sense at this illustrative level, which marries sort of arboricultural continuity, landscape amenity, ecological betterment, as well as an environment that marries the scheme into the existing village.
Okay, so it's sort of reinforcement of the boundaries, and in terms of new hedge plant, reinforcing the hedges, tree planting within the hedges,
yes.
A sort of pocket orchard, and then is it sort of fair to say then it's a sort of scattering of trees around certain areas then?
That's correct, sir. That's correct. If I may, I just
yeah, please, yeah.
So why use microphones? In terms of the recommendation to maintain this landscape character feature, long-term longevity management. So the first one there on the landscape character assessment by the local authority from 2010 says any new development should reinforce the existing settlement pattern of the rural villages and new anyway, conserve the historic field pattern, maintain hedgerows to enhance the field pattern by planting up gaps, allowing hedgerows to grow by reducing cut-out rotation intervals by 3 intervals for management for wildlife benefit, essentially promoting hedgerow for the future, but also tree planting within that hedgerow lines and tree planting within the site itself.
Okay, Mr. Colson, any comments on that sort of planting vision?
It all seems to be dispersed throughout the site rather than something stronger, which is certainly the landscape management strategy says about reinforcing element. So from what I can see, it's dispersed trees around the site, although that's an indicative landscape plan. Doesn't seem to completely reinforce, if it were allowed, the settlement pattern, albeit the sort of the site to the east, which is Red Mile Way, it's left as open. Originally that was an open field, and this was all the same field, I believe. But there's a division there, and whether that should actually be hedge line and trees within that boundary to provide a much more reinforced softening of the scheme. There's nothing, I would say there's nothing significant within that. Maybe it does need to be more significant.
Well, sorry, by significant, what do you mean? A more density of planting,
Yeah.
do you mean?
Yeah, including not just hedge lines, but hedge line trees, etc.
Mr. Frolick, any thoughts? I appreciate it's an outline scheme, but yeah.
Absolutely. The illustrative landscape strategy is shown at 1.8 or 1.4, sorry. So the spaces that we have within the scheme are actually quite large in that sense. Standoff themselves vary in size from anything from 25 metres on the eastern edge up to, the page, 75 metres on the southwestern side. And you can find that within the LVA section 4 in PDF, that is page 13, basically. I've tried to highlight the thinking behind the landscape strategy in terms of how the development is placed within the core of the site itself, when we're using the outer edges of the site to create a swathe of open space. And those have varying sizes. I say they're quite substantial places, up to sort of 75 metres in width. The planting itself has been designed to reflect the local landscape character. This is not a wooded landscape itself. You don't get spinneys and coppices like do down in sort of the lower part of the Warwickshire itself.
Can you unpack that a bit more then? That was going to be one of my questions. Can you unpack that a bit more? I mean, could it be said that why isn't this whole area being covered with trees?
Because we want to create an enjoyable environment where people can walk around in that sense, rather than necessarily having just a single land use of extensive woodland planting. We wanted to create a mosaic, I suppose, of landscape treatments in terms of biodiversity net gain, habitat creation, and local native species planting itself, but also creating usable spaces within the POS and the green infrastructure area for people to walk through. play football or whatever it might be, a friendly walkable pedestrian environment in that sense. So, but it's not a landscape that's heavily wooded. So if you can actually cause impact by your own hand if you don't get mitigation on it. So in this instance, if you were to create massive areas of woodland or extensive areas of tree belting, you probably would actually create an incongruous feature within the landscape that's not reflective of the host landscape character type.
So the surrounding landscape, can you unpack that a bit more in terms of field size, what I experience, what do I see in terms of tree cover in the area?
So the host landscape character area within the published landscape character assessment is described as a mixed open agricultural landscape with a scattering of small red brick nucleated hilltop villages and visually prominent church spires.
So just get the reference on that.
Yeah,
that's in the CD4, the longer document, CD 413.
Okay.
Now that contains all of the landscape character areas. In the PDF page is page 30.
Okay. Yes, it is. I'll see that.
And so that's what Mr. Bullock is now reading from.
Okay. Yeah.
Like the maps, the map reference as well, if that would assist.
Yeah.
Obviously, the areas of different size.
So just another point on there, the tree cover is confined to small regularly shaped game crop coverts and hedgerow trees. So in terms of the tree cover, it is largely quite sort of structured, quite linear along hedgerows or former hedgerows and rows in that sense. So it is different to sort of a landscape that would be more southerly in say the Arden landscape itself of Warwickshire, which is why which is why the tree cover that we propose is sort of echoing the field pattern itself, if that makes sense.
Just the map reference to the LCA, that is a single page read, CD 413.1.
Okay, thank you.
And you can see that single page, area 1 is in the very north.
Yeah.
No Man's Sea to Warton Lowlands.
Mr. Collison, anything to comment on there? No. Professor Phipps, yes.
Yes, I agree that it is quite a lot of open fields, and that does characterise the landscape. There are several coppices in and around the village, several to the north, quite a lot to the west and the south, and also out towards the river as you go down towards the anchor. It's not just hedgerows. There are quite a lot of coppices, as well as game coverts, but the game coverts are also well established. They're not small coverts of ground. They've been there for a very long time, and they're very well established with quite native trees. So I don't accept that it's as sparse as Mr. Bullock is making out.
Well, let me give Mr. Bullock a chance to respond.
I was making a comparison to the more southerly parts of Warwickshire, which are within the Arden landscape and more enclosed and have more woodland in that sense. I do recognise that there is small elements of woodland within it, but it's not a heavily wooded landscape. And the tree line is a lot associated with roads and the hedge lines and field structure in that sense.
Yeah, as well as the canal and the rivers.
Of course.
We also point out that some of the hedgerows that have disappeared, and the gaps especially that Mr. Bullock referred to, has been due to development, with hedgerows disappearing quite rapidly at both ends of the village and not being replaced either by the developers, although I do hold the council partly responsible for that as well.
Okay. I was going to ask what is it the Chestnuts, the adjacent residential development? I was going to ask what the planting strategy there was. Have you been able to have a look at it, Mr. Bullock, or shall I ask Mr. Collison? Mr. Collison, on the chestnuts, really, what new planting in terms of its design objectives? What
the cornfields?
The cornfields. Sorry, I beg your pardon.
Certainly in the emerging the emerging local plan, it required a strong boundary along that the side next to the appeal site. That hasn't come forward in the way that we'd hoped. It was, I believe, looking at it, though it's probably a couple of years since I've looked at the landscape scheme. The landscape scheme that has been put in isn't the one that was approved by the council.
Ah, right.
If I might, sir.
Yeah, of course, Professor Hibbs. Yeah, you go.
Going back to the cornfield site, when we saw the development, obviously we were opposed to it. We did look at the planting scheme, and it did look like there was an awful lot of mitigations that were going to go in. And he's quite correct. There's nothing being done. And the same applies to the Brookfield estate, which is now nearing completion, with very little planting happening there as well.
Okay. Well, whereabouts is that? I mean, I was particularly interested because obviously this is next to the appeal site. So
it's not. It's at the other end of Warton Road, so going towards Warton on the Hill. So as you come in at one end of the village, you'll first meet Brookfield. As you leave, you'd then approach the appealant site.
Okay. Yeah. Mr. Bennett, I'll just give you a chance to comment if you want on any of the planting in the cornfields.
There's an obvious thing to state is that obviously we kind of inherit the benefit of the existing hedgerows that were already at the site and the hedge-line trees. That probably looks like that wasn't the case at the adjoining cornfield site. That may be down to previous extraction of hedgerows, but we are benefited by a site that is views into it quite heavily restricted and it's physically enclosed, particularly but in all its boundaries in that sense, other than the one that's to the adjacent cornfield site. The success of that planting itself, it's still young. It probably needs some maintenance doing to it, but it's very narrow. It's 2 meters or something like that. The landscape strategy that we're proposing now is more. It's got a lot more planting on it in that sense, a lot more tree planting, first of all. But we have the benefit of the existing hedgerows, which we're going to obviously maintain for longevity, but also bolster those with new planting internally, but also bolster them by gapping up as well. So, yeah, that's what I'd say on that.
Could I just ask you to touch on maintenance of those hedges? Would they be under your client's control, or would they be under the highway authority? Well, I mean, maybe it's a question to. I'll probably put you on the spot, which is probably unfair of me. So, I think it's just a question of who would be looking after it and who would be managing it. And I think we've all had experience. I'm sure it's different up here, but elsewhere in the country of overzealous highway authorities.
So could you be precise about the exact locations that you're referring to there? Because obviously we've got elements in Section 160 which have to imagine what's happening.
Yeah, well, I think Mr. Bullock was making a point of reinforcing the boundary hedgerows, and I was just trying to understand whether those would be potentially manageable by your client, or whether it would be at the mercy of a highway authority who perhaps are less sensitive, shall we say.
2 things. One is the bolstering to the existing hedgerow, and one is new planting with inside the hedgerow itself. So obviously anything in use inside would definitely be within.
Right. Okay.
Those matter I'd have to speak to my colleagues on.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, of course. Yes, of course.
I think there's a fundamental point which can be seen from CD 1.4, so, which is that although we are using this site very efficiently, there is still a lot of space left that is not developed. And you've seen lots of distances in the buffers that Mr. Bullock has referred to. And so there is an opportunity to do quite a lot more within the site itself. Just it's the simple scale itself, or the size of the site, allows those opportunities to carry out reinforcement within.
I just wonder if it might be helpful if Mr. Garvey's been on the receiving end of similar requests a couple of months ago of parties agreeing a scaled up drawing annotating, showing the potential planting distances in various areas. And I think given the parameter plan is a determinative plan, that should be helpful. As I think I said in front of Mr. Garvey not so long ago, I'm not allowed to take a scale rule to a parameters plan. So if parties want to annotate some distances on a submitted plan, that would be very helpful. Mr. Cox is poised to make a comment.
Thank you, sir. Just to confirm that all hedge lines are within the appellant's control. So it will be maintained by a management company, not a overzealous county.
We ask the appellant to take the lead of producing that plan, and we'll, if you share it with us, we'll agree it offline.
The appellant will certainly take the lead on that, but just considering how long it will take to produce, but it can certainly produce within the duration of this inquiry.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not expecting anything overnight, so just sort of prior to closings would be very helpful. But thank you. Right, okay. I'd like to talk a bit about the built development as well, and obviously shape of the settlement as well. I was going to touch on possibly the visual effects at year 15. And Mr. Bullock, what would you see the visual effects of new planting? Trying to get back onto the agenda, so I think it's 4.4b. Yeah.
Is there any specific location that you?
Well, I mean, where in terms of, I mean, if you want to go round the development or round the hill site, by all means. So if I'm a stranger coming up to the village 15 years time, what am I going to see? Do you want to start with a sort of westerly and we'll go round clockwise? What sort of experience am I going to get in 15 years?
Sure. We obviously going to have a new development, to set the context, we'd have a new development set within the landscaping and the POS and green infrastructure of the site. The standoffs to the eastern boundary essentially would almost mirror or hand the space to cornfields itself. And you can marry the two public open spaces together. And then you coming around the site itself for development, you would have public open space, mature tree planting, which within probably 15 years would reach about 10-12 metres, depending on the species and the maintenance and the size at which it went in was relative to the planting type of tree that you want to put in there in terms of the species. And obviously you've got bolstered, strengthened hedgerows themselves. You've got a POS area with people enjoying, and you've got a connectivity into the recreation run on the northeast, and you've got a connection out to the public rights of way, which to the west. So as you come from the west itself, is it easier to go by viewpoints? Or
Yeah.
But is there TV in front?
I can get it. Yeah, if you point me, I've got all the.
That would be an index really of the LVA, which is 2 point.
I think I've got it. Yeah. Yeah.
When I was making my notes yesterday, I did a kind of a similar thing to what you're asking, really. Try and make sense of where we are. So in terms of neighbouring to close range views, site, viewpoint 2 itself, which is the recreation ground, and views from Church Road, we would have a minor adverse effect there residually. That is in part due to the existing mature landscaping that's within the park boundaries, which obviously adjoins our scheme. That's going to be strengthened and bolstered with a standoff there as well, with new planting within. Obviously, then some of the scheme itself you can't see because of the intervening 4 mile way. Then coming around to viewpoint 13. So this is the other end of Church Road, where Warton Road and Church Road meet. We've obviously strengthened that boundary there. And part of the standoffs of the site is that we would actually reduce the position of the housing within the site itself. By the standoff from that southwestern corner for about 75 metres, you would be in development further into the site itself. So it would sit lower than the roadside. So it would have some inherent mitigation already built in from day one. So at that position, I've got a moderate minor adverse. And then users of Church Road, and so we're in that location itself, I've got a moderate minor adverse effect there as well residually. That's due to, in part, I suppose, the introduction of the new road entranceway there into the site itself, which would create some views into the site.
So you're opening up a new viewpoint?
Yes. But that said, though, the way that the scheme sets development into the site itself, plus the POS views would be filtered in that sense. So I always worked on a level of tree cover. A tree can reach about 12 metres overall height, 10 to 12 metres. It's planted at sort of 4.5 to 5.5 metres when it first goes in the ground, as in when it arrives inside. So that seems a reasonable assumption that we can filter views into the site from that location. I think as you travel along Church Road, you probably would have a reduced level of effect because it's the main view into the site that's causing the moderate to minor effect in that sense. So. And then the close to medium range views, I've gone to the north for the public right of way at viewpoint 1. It's very limited discernibility of the site from that position now. The site's not seen wholesale, you can't see into the site. So what I'd recognise in the worst case scenario of this position, I do sort of have an argument with myself that we could actually be having a less effect at this point, is that you, although you're putting development into the site, you would probably see some of the new ridge lines and ridge lines of those houses. So in sum up, you probably have a reduced level of awareness on that. So the level of effect there probably would be less than minor adverse. It could be minor stroke negligible adverse. But in winter, it could be minor adverse. But that's just an internal debate you kind of have as an assessor doing an LVA in that sense. And I think that's probably informed by the fact we did the assessment work actually in the winter time as well. So. And then viewpoint 2, which is viewpoint 2 and 3 is where the public rights of way, viewpoint 3 is a public right of way that comes along the village edge itself. So in that situation, it's minor adverse. It could be a lot less, to be honest, because that route is enclosed. So if you take the experience of the passage along the route, obviously we take a view where viewpoint photography where it is visible. However, that route is sort of fairly heavily enclosed by tree planting, and you pass a lot of the rear of the existing properties, as well as a car park court. So in that situation, I think the worst case scenario, we're talking minor adverse. Again, it could be less, it could be indiscernible as you walk along that route itself because of the level of tree cover. And then round to viewpoint 11, again, this is within close to medium range. This is the view we talked about earlier, which is to the southeast of the proposal and south of the village in open countryside. And here I've got a minor adverse. That's through a combination of the effect of the intervening mature landscape treatment that we're going to undertake for the site itself, stepping development away from the southeast corner, and obviously the routes that are within the site, street tree planting would serve to break up the development mass in there as well, and offer inherent mitigation going forward as well. And then viewpoint 12 is beyond Linden Lane itself. That's going over to the sort of southwest. We found that it's imperceptible there. I think that's just one of those moments where there's a difference between the bare earth model and what you see on the ground, but it's still worth reporting to demonstrate the breadth of effect, as you may say. So moving on, our long-range views are largely from the north to the northeast and to the east themselves, where, to be honest, at viewpoint 4, which is the Minor B Road, Orstry Road running out of the village to the north, again, we found it was an imperceptible effect. That was mainly down to the intervening built form and mature landscape fabric itself. If the scheme was to be seen from that location, the units of the road are transient, and it would be very much a fleeting view over a small geographical area for a small period of time. So in many respects, to the casual observer, it would appear as imperceptible. And then over to the 8, 9 and 10, which are public rights of way and linking off the road going up to Warton Hill, Warton on the Hill, sorry, as well as on Warton Road, with recording minor adverse, basically, from that position to almost imperceptible. Imperceptible is viewpoint 10 because of the degree of intervening residential block form within the village would be sufficient to screen off the development all year round. Again, in that instance, might there be some view of the scheme? It is likely just be roof lines, and it would be imperceptible, I think, to the casual observer. And then moving up to 5 and 6, these are more long-range views, which shows the effects of the scheme to outlying villages, Orstry being to the northeast, viewpoint 5, again, imperceptible. What you'll find if you go over there, sir, is that the village rises through Warton on the Warton, and nearest to this site, when you're on that eastern boundary, there is quite a lot of tree cover. So it's a combination of tree cover, the rising land, and the actual residential built form is sufficient to really screen any development from that position. And then our highest point is viewpoint 7, which is on public right of way, which is on the edge of Warton on the Hill. And we've recorded a minor adverse at that position as well. And that is in part down to this sort of inherent effect of the wider village on the view and the effect of the standoffs and the landscape mitigation planting within that. Tree planting is part of the green infrastructure. So these are, and we've also modelled a number of these views as well for accurate visual representations as well. We tried to do that. We agreed the viewpoints of those with the authority and sport, and we tried to do that over close to medium to long range positions. And again, those were done in the winter time as well. So that's what I've got.
Mr. Collison, any thoughts from you at year 15, going around the site?
Just initially, I think one point was raised about the size of trees. I think the indication was sort of 4.5 metre size trees. Those are heavy standards and sometimes don't survive as well as standards. Just a small point. Obviously, if heavy standards were proposed, then that would need to be picked up through the conditions. But it's usually down to it'd usually be just standard size trees, 2 to 3 metres. They usually work better and survive better than putting an older tree into new ground. Just from my sort of thoughts on landscaping schemes.
It's normally, isn't it, 300 to 400 mil a year, if I'm correct.
To be fair, so it depends on where you are in the country. Coast gives less, obviously, more elevated positions is less. But yeah, generally 300. But when we do things like accurate visual representations and do some rough calculations of how high things might go, I always veer away from 300 to 250.
Right.
Just to sort of build in a little bit of contingency there. In terms of the tree planting, there would be a series of different sizes because obviously you want some structure to start with and you want some fast growing as well. So you probably put your slower growing trees in at a higher standard in terms of the girth, and you go for the faster growth by a smaller tree itself.
Obviously, there'll be a defects liability period as part of the landscape management and maintenance plan where anything dead and dying is replaced in a period, I think, of 5 years probably. In addition to that, we can agree a landscape management plan with the authority itself. Obviously, the landscape strategy and whatever is put into the ground is orchestrated with biodiversity net gain as well. And for BNG to be calculated and counted, you have to ensure management and maintenance, appropriate management maintenance 30 years as well. So I think we can satisfactorily within the 15 years achieve good results on that side.
Any more in terms of the 15? Professor Phipps, nothing from you. Okay. Right, okay. We'll come on to buildings and the relationships in a minute. But any more about planting and also adjacent character? Mr. Buck, any more from you about the planting proposed, the open space proposed, and the surrounding landscape? Mr. Collison, anything more from you on planting?
Not on planting. Did you want me to say about some of the viewpoints?
Yeah, that would be helpful. Yes. Yeah.
I'm looking at the sort of the ZTV. And starting off at point 1, which is on Gravel Lane, I thought certainly Mr. Bullock indicated that there may be an improvement there. At present, because of landscaping and intervening properties on Church Road, I'd agree that actually you would probably only see the rooftops of the properties at on Church Road, if that. In terms of point 3, again, the impact is to the west of the village, and there would be rooftops that you see because actually Church Road has landscaping next to the church and along the boundary. From point 2, which is in the recreational area, you can certainly see parts of the cornfield development quite clearly from that point. I think it would be similar here, and that's albeit there is landscaping along the southern boundary in between the recreational area and the application site. But certainly there are exposed views of cornfields development, and there may well be some sort of bigger views of the scheme, albeit there'll be a standoff from the edge there. I think 14's indicated in terms of the position of the new access road, but I don't think it's quite at that point. I think it's a little bit. The access point will obviously open up the site from point 14. I don't think that's where the access road is, and there's a hedge line along that boundary, and you'll just see, you'll again just see rooftops behind hedge line. 13, I believe that's within the public right of way that sits behind the hedge line off Church Road to the west. So there'll be that hedge line and the application site hedge line as well. So again, if anything, it will just be roof lines 12. You won't be able to see it from there, from down by Linden Lodge. Although the ground raised up there isn't a view. Position 11, I've sort of indicated that's of concern. But at that point on the plan, there is a hedge line along the boundary with onto Barn End Road, which will reduce the visibility of the scheme, but you will see brickwork and roofs from there of the properties like you do of Cornfield at the moment. Point 10, further out towards the village, the intervening views westwards of Warton would make sort of visibility of it difficult at year 15. And then 9 and 8 and 7 are on higher ground as you go up. I would say 8 is probably more exposed than 9 as a viewpoint, where certainly open fields in front and then views down towards Warton are much more exposed, but you'd see the site behind the backdrop of the existing settlement. And that is the same with 7, but there is a coppice, not quite at that point, is there? Of woods. And 6 and 5 and 4, there are limited views from that point, if any. I'd say 4, there's limited views because of the levels of the land at that point and existing farm buildings.
That's anything to tell us. Mr. Bullock, anything to come back on?
So I think if you will be in receipt of AVR's accurate visual representations, which were taken winter time. They're format 4, so the most accurate you can develop. They show the scheme in its baseline condition plus obviously residually from viewpoint 1, viewpoint 3, viewpoint 11, and also viewpoint 7. So we have 2 relatively close range views, one medium range view and one long range view, therefore. And I think the discernibility of those, but also the experience of seeing it against the village, which is obviously part of the visual judgment here, can be experienced. And you could take those on site, and you could put them up there and reflect, and you'll be able to do this. So yeah, I mean, you can draw on those and arrive at your own conclusions.
Okay.
Can I just
yeah, of course.
Just to tie up the table 1 summary visual effects and viewpoints in the statement of common ground, pages 6, 7 and 8, or 6 through to 9. I just want to clarify where we obviously you have all the workings lying out from Mr. Bullock, and we say it is in compliance and those are all correct from past judgments. I just want to understand findings of the council position. Is it that they are saying that they're just not going to comment on any of the effects? Is it effectively that they agree all of them, but they have concerns as they've identified about the placement of 11? I just wanted to be really clear about that because I haven't heard from Mr. Collison any challenge to any of the judgments, say the minor adverse, so forth. That maybe because he's saying he doesn't have the expertise, but then I need to make submissions on the basis of that submission. If he's saying he has a different view on any of them, then we need to know now, because obviously Mr. Bullock's here to respond and he won't be later on.
I think that's a question through me. So
I tried to help you as part of this roundtable discussion to sort of indicate what I think is the visual impact of the development. I don't have the expertise of the other elements within there to give you an opinion, certainly in terms of the impact of sort of magnitude of change. I've tried to help you in terms of what's visible. I don't feel I'm able as a planning officer to come to a similar conclusion as Mr. Bullock.
Okay, I was going to ask a few points on just the surroundings, really. I mean, I talked a bit about the surrounding countryside landscape, but I was going to ask what you think there's obviously context of the recreation ground and houses, and the proposal is going to be experienced in relation to those. So I'll start with you, Mr. Bullock. How do those affect the perception of a development here?
The site itself is obviously a quarter land. It's on the village edge. It's overlooked by directly overlooked by Red Mile Way. It has a village edge context, essentially, and perceptually, it is experienced as village edge. It has limited intervisibility with the wider open countryside to its north, due to Church Road and the boundaries. It has limited invisibility with the wider countryside to the west because it's Snipes Hill. Stipers. Okay, thank you. And obviously that the western edge and northwestern edge of the site is enclosed. So when you look from the east, you see the village, you see the recreation ground and church, and then your views of the wider countryside is enclosed to the north and to the west itself. You do see a small geographical area beyond Church Road, but then it just rolls over and drops away in that sense. So the combination of the existing residential area and the recreation ground and those strong boundaries does reinforce that village edge perception through the site. And then to the south, you do have open views across the open countryside beyond, which in a way then further strengthens the idea that you're on the village edge. There isn't a sense of being out in this sort of open countryside, which might be south of Warton Road itself. There is a sense that this space, this land is connected to Warton Village in that sense, due to intervisibility as well. And the site itself is experienced between two roads, which are very strong sort of durable features. And with obviously, as I said, we inherit the benefit of the hedgerows. That further strengthens those as physical features. And I feel if you go past the junction of Church Road with Warton Road, there is a sense you rapidly pass out into the open countryside quite expediently, that location. But if you travel to the east and beyond Redmore Way, there is a sense you're passing quite an area of residential urban features on the village edge there as well, as new development extends along Warton Road. Before you pass out into the open countryside beyond, there's a distinct character change from the east to the site itself, in that the fieldscape beyond Warton, as you're heading over to Warton on the hill towards viewpoint 567, the fields are much larger there. There's far less treed. The hedgerows are a lot more linear and more sort of feel much more thinner than you have the site itself. But then on the eastern side of the village itself of Water Road, you've got a lot smaller field patterns, smaller field scale, which probably is remnants of historical field patterns. So there is a sense that you are in an agricultural field that's probably been enlarged through agricultural intensification on the village edge, and as you walk around it, your views of the wider countryside are largely restricted other than to the south, and there is a sort of constant intervisibility with the village itself. There's a sense also when you're in the site that because a recreation ground and a church and a ship's graveyard, cemetery, village-related land uses in some respects. there is a sense that you are sort of not detached from the village for that reason. You are joining the village on the edge of it. That would be my experience of it.
Mr. Collison, and then I'll come on to best tips. Your take on the context of the adjacent houses and the recreation ground?
Certainly, I think this, as you move down Church Road, it's much more dispersed, the development there. The site, in terms of its, you've got to look at, I think, at the topography and gradient of it and how visible it is. I think it's certainly visible from the recreation ground, and that allows the settlement of Warton to breathe, as does the size and magnitude of the appeal site. Certainly the experience of people looking at it from that recreation ground or Red Mile, it's much bigger than it is. It's quite a huge extension to the development, where actually it feels a sort of a breathing space, a transition between that built form and the agricultural fields. In my proof, I've sort of indicated, and I think Mr. Bullock's indicated, that originally this was potentially pastoral fields. And yes, some of the hedge lines have come out, and that shows on the 1900 plan that some of the hedgerows have come out from there. The size and nature of the sort of triangular shape to it creates a very awkward feel to it, and that's not just looking from above. That's as you would be approaching it from Warton Road, as it meets Church Road there, and then further eastwards as you go towards the crossroads of Barnend Road. Certainly the magnitude and scale of it, when viewed from there, it's going to be quite an awkward adjunct, I'd say, or we've used appendage, because it's uncomfortable, I would say, visually. And from that perspective, when sort of viewing the site either from the recreation ground or from the cornfields development, if that's what you mean by adjacent development.
Okay, I'll let Mr. Bullock come back in a minute, but Professor Phipps.
So I was listening to Mr. Bullock's description of going out to the east and going down.
Yeah.
And I do disagree that we are leaving the site into open countryside. As you leave the site to the east and you going down the hill, you're actually at a nursing home, and then you're very shortly basically into Polesworth, the next village, with just one field remaining on either side of the road. I wouldn't characterise it as completely open countryside. The actual site itself, I think, is a really important part of the village character. We talk about the villages in this area being surrounded by agricultural fields as part of the character of the village. And this will actually erode that boundary. The boundary when we drew up the neighbourhood plan, which actually said this is a good boundary because actually these fields are part of the village character. The village is surrounded by these fields on all sides, with the exception of the east. If this field goes, then we're actually starting to move then very close towards Polesworth. I do find it a little bit difficult. Mr. Collison would describe it as being awkward. It does feel that this morning we were talking about how this site would integrate into the village. And then this afternoon we're talking about how we're going to be rounding it and surrounding it, giving its own open space access. But it doesn't feel like it's very integrated. It feels like a separate state. So I kind of agree with Mr. Collinson in that it does feel awkward tacked onto the edge of a field in its character, but for probably for different reasons. It feels like this is a separate estate to the village almost where it's being placed.
Mr. Bullock. Okay, so just considering the site's experience from the recreation ground, if you look at our AVR, touching AVRs, you'll see we have a baseline and a residual model. Taken in winter, worst case scenario, you can see how the site is experienced from that location itself, and how it's not seen wholesale, it's not prominent in views, there's intervening trees and hedgerows. But to come back to Mr. Collinson's point about breathing, part of the scheme itself is offsetting and creating space and a buffer between the recreation ground and new built form as meaningful public open space, but also to afford the connectivity into the recreation ground itself, which isn't just for the new resident. It would be for existing resident, because within the site itself there's quite a collection of public open space, as well as play on the way facilities. So there is connectivity in that sense there. And the point about breathing is we do have offsets and buffers as well. So, in terms of the experience of moving to the west, you do have an experience of the landform works. You go away from Warton, you drop down. The perception there I have is that's open countryside, they're open fields. So if this, that's my experience. It might be a short, a small, relatively small. We're not talking like miles and miles of open countryside, but it is open countryside between the two. It's experienced as agricultural fields. So that's my experience.
Can I ask Mr. Bullock if might be more for Mr. Cox or others, the path that I think is shown on the parameters plan, the circular one, would that be the sort of permissive path then? What's envisaged?
Yes, so which CD number were you thinking?
Oh, there's on the on the parameters plan, there seems to be a path that's indicated around the edge of the site. I think something seems to be denoted joining the recreation ground.
So the blue arrow, is that?
Yeah, that's right. Yes, and there seemed to be a sort of path, probably indicatively shown around the development.
That's in CD 1.4. Are you saying that the landscape strategy?
Yes, I think there's one on the landscape strategy, and then there's another one on the parameter plans.
Sorry, sir, just to
2 point.
Are you talking about the dotted line on the parameters plan, black dotted line?
No, I thought there was. Sorry, I'm looking at the illustrative framework plan.
At 2.2.
Yeah.
So in volume 2.
Yeah, sorry, I led you astray on the parameters plan. My apologies for that. My apologies. The illustrative framework plan seems to be suggesting a circular footpath. Just going to ask what the intention was. Is it a permissive path of some sort, or is it just indicative and I shouldn't give it any weight?
It's indicative, but it is proposed as it's been designed to be a permissive path to provide circular walks, to provide an extension to the existing open space within the recreation zone adjacent, and also provide a new link through green infrastructure to the public right of way that exists on Church Road to the west of the site.
Right, so it's probably it's sort of indicative, but likelihood is that it would happen.
The reason we said it's against it because the size of the site.
Yeah.
Get to find how those parcels would incorporate 33 in terms of access. There still remains the space for that part, that additional landscaping. So, just a brief point on the neighbourhood plan. Boundaries referred to by Professor Phipps.
Yeah.
That may be something we can pick out through the planning evidence, but I think we probably should bury it now. There was no policy in the neighbourhood plan which refers to a boundary and any prohibition to beyond the boundary line. It was not drawn up that way. It was not examined on that basis. There is a reference to development boundaries in the local plan. It's not correct to say that the neighbourhood plan undertook an exercise identifying what the development boundaries should be, and therefore there's any conflict with the neighbourhood plan's text.
Yeah, I would be expecting you to pick that up, all parties to pick that up in the planning evidence.
We can say the reason I raise it now is because, of course, Professor Phipps hasn't said that in his proof. So I hadn't anticipated. I hadn't anticipated that there would be this point raised that some neighbourhood plan sets a boundary. It doesn't.
Yeah. Okay.
And I'll if I need to, I'll go back. But I suspect probably that it's not on the text.
No, you can pick it up with it, or it's picked up in the examination, Mr. Cox.
I think so.
Yeah. Okay. Right, we haven't really discussed the sort of settlement morphology, whether it's linear or not. So I think probably we need to grasp that issue. Mr. Coulson, do you want to lead off on that? Your take on, horrible word, urban morphology.
So the landscape character assessment indicates that this area is well-ordered landscape, agricultural landscape with farmsteads and nucleated, how do you say that word? Yeah, nucleated, that I take as a sort of intense area of development where the villages would originally be, and it indicates Osprey, Seckington, Newton and Warton as sort of being those character, with the church spires being part of that, as is around the area. You sort of walk from area to area looking from church spire to church spire. So in there it indicates nuclear, the condensed urban form. There are parts of Warton, because of the way it's developed, with starting with sort of Little Warton to the south of the site, along Warton Road. It was originally called in the 1900 maps. That has joined through the development of Windmill Close, because there was a windmill within Warton, and that has created a linear element to some of it. Historically, the main focus of development was around the church and towards where the school is in Church Road, certainly on the the plans that are provided in my proof sort of indicate that's how the Warton has originally started from. There are elements that are linear in nature. So along Ostry Road to the north, that has developed on a linear pattern. So if you look, certainly where the Curlew Close appeal was, that was to the north of Warton. Their linear frontage development with quite large garden areas, and that was the same with the more easterly northern element of Ostry Road too, albeit there's closer in towards the centre, the nucleated centre. There is development around there that's happened in the 70s at the junction of Church Road and Ostry Road. And again, going south of there down towards Ivycroft Road, that has there's been development of there, Ivycroft Road opposite the school. That's come off that the main road. More recently, certainly from in sort of 2005, this is an aerial photograph in my proof. It indicates that the appeal site and cornfields scheme was one field, as a almost like a jagged edge to it, with Warton Road being the flat side to it, and going round of the sort of recreation ground, and then Ivycroft, and then back to Barn End Road. That was all one field. Obviously the allocation took up that with Red Mile Way and provided a development that as an allocation with open space on the southerly edge to try and soften the scheme from Warton Road, and to provide a transition of open space between the two. But that sits directly adjacent to the urban form, so that Red Mile Way is directly adjacent to Ivycroft Road. It's contiguous with that development, and provides access to Barn End Road, as well as links into Ivycroft Road, and footpath links into the recreation ground as well. Development on the to the west side, so the east side, which is being currently developed out at present, again is fronts Warton Road, where there are properties. The nature of it is, again, it links through to Little Warton Road with vehicular access, and then there are pedestrian links through because there are two developments here, linked from one development to the next. I would say the development has taken place in a way that it's usually echoing and from hard frontage development adjacent to it. The appeal site isn't that. The appeal site is open space to open space. If you're looking from Redmar, I look at it and think of sort of opposite magnets almost, as I'm trying to interpret it in my mind, sort of pushing against each other. That's why I say it looks awkward, as a sort of an adjunct to it. And the properties opposite are dispersed, on a Church Road, are dispersed. They're not the same as the other developments that have taken place where there's been significant road frontage in front of it. Hence, there is both a nucleated development where it's development on development, almost built development on built development, rather than intervening open space. And there's also the linear form, but it's adjacent to existing development opposite or close to it. So it doesn't look out of place, I would say. Obviously, Warton has had quite a significant amount of development over the last few years. Effective integration's a key element of that. And certainly the idea and concept of nucleated development provides it almost, you have to provide strong links into the existing village because of that. If it's so close and relatively intense.
So in terms of the effect of the proposal, then, what would you say the effect of it is in terms of linearity?
Whether it's linear or not, or whether it's in keeping with the existing character of the village.
Yeah, but I mean, in terms of linear, in terms of if the village does have a linear character, how would the proposal be undermining that perception?
I think my view of the sort of magnets against each other, it's not really taking the same sort of form as the existing development at all. It doesn't provide, it's not developing next to existing road frontage development. It contradicts the existing form of Warton.
And this will be perceived around the appeal site.
It would be perceived from the vehicle access. It would be perceived from Warton Road and the adjacent scheme on Redmar Way and the Redmar Way, I would say. Not so much from the recreation ground, because you wouldn't see it at that level.
Mr. Pollock.
We can look at Mr. Collinson's brief evidence in the appendix. There's a series of error photographs and estimates.
Sorry, for a CD reference number for the appendix. Sorry, I think I've just got the main proof. I think I've got it.
CD8 12.6.
Yeah.
Appendices should be in there.
Wait, got it. Thank you.
Right. So I think we've got a confused urban morphology here. If you look at the plans, there's three different things distinctly within time going on here. So if we look at the 1900 plan, 1900 to 1906 plan, okay, you've got what resembles a fairly linear development of a village. Now, I'm extending a Ball Street Road, heading sort of a north to south, southeast, as you might say, of which the church, the graveyard, is sort of off Church Road itself. That seems to be the pattern for Warton through to the 1950s, where you can start to see there's a nucleated collection of built form, which on the 1955 map, OS map, it's been reproduced. If you see where Holy Trinity is across to the old quarry, it's starting to fill in that gap there. And then we come forward to 20, maybe 30 years, it's filled in a little bit more. What's happened is the village has grown to the south during that period of 20, 25 years, essentially along the fork heading south, which is Little Alton Road and Barn End Road. So we have nucleated, albeit a small part of the village, the linear route, and we're starting to get development at the bottom end of the village itself, starting to spread out. Now, that pattern continues through to 1990 and 1995. There appears to be some little bits of infilling possibly up to the north, but it still keeps its linear form at that position. The nucleated bit of the village doesn't particularly expand, but if it does expand, it expands to the southwest towards our site. In 1970 to 1990 to 1995, there seems to be some further expansion of the village to the south along Alton Road. Then we come forward and already by 1999, which is very similar, probably just a bit of infilling. And then we come through to 2005. Again, it still seems to have this nucleated but linear to the north and sort of fattening out, almost like it's like a wine glass, the bottom of a wine glass in that sense to the south. And then we come through to the 2021. Development is moving on this southern end to the southwest. So to my eye, there's three distinct forms there. There's no distinct nucleated settlement about it. It's linear at the top, nucleated in the middle, and it's got development growing in the southern end of the village itself. Our proposal is really reflecting that current day pattern on the southern end of the village of land, predominantly from Church Road down. That's what I think of the urban morphology says.
Ms. Colson, well, I can press the tips in a minute, but I do need to give you the chance to come back.
Yeah, I don't agree. If you look at Church Road, I mean, there's open fields to the north of Church Road. This is where I sort of indicate that the dispersed element of properties on Church Road in front of the site. I just don't feel the proposal reinforces that character at all. It sort of imitates or tries to integrate with the existing development, but doesn't because of its nature and its shape and form and visibility. I just don't agree that it sort of reflects the existing pattern in that area. And the size of the scheme as well is such that it just exposes it as not in keeping with that settlement pattern. The scale of sort of Red Mile Way in how that was developed links quite clearly net and echoes that sort of building off off where there was previously buildings next to it, and the nucleated way that I see villages forming, and that's the heart of something. So to come off with something that's almost completely separate, an appendage, as I say, that's how it will be seen from Warton Road. I certainly think it'll look very strange and it doesn't reinforce that settlement pattern.
Yeah, I need to give Bessie Phipps a chance.
So I moved to the village in 2016, so I'm actually a relative newcomer to the site. I live in Little Warton, as Mr. Collinson alluded to, as opposed to Warton, and some people in the village still refer to that end of the village as Little Warton. I find it very difficult. Mr. Bircher pointed out this morning that it's not about the experience of looking down on the village with aerial photographs and maps. It's about the lived experience of the village in his opening statements, and I think he's correct. I used to be able to walk from my house across an open field through a farmyard to the shop. Both of those have now been taken up with what is effectively now infill. 2 housing sites, the Woodwinds and Brookmills. It feels very different to when I first moved in. My neighbour was the farmer of the small farm. It was a council farm. He lost that farm and he lost that field. When we walk around the site going through the village, and I know we talk about linear patterns and nucleated areas of the village, it's how it feels to us. And actually, as you walk through from Little Warton now, it feels very much like a new housing estate. And going out to Red Mile Way, that's started to feel like it is part of the village now, and it's started to develop a boundary, although we do obviously have to discuss that. But where this site is an open field. It feels, when you walk around the village, as part of the village, as an open field and a natural end to the village, having that village, that boundary there. I don't know about the urban morphology. It's not something I've studied. The linear patterns and the way that things are developed. I do think that saying that recent developments are a pattern of development that we should continue seems illogical to me. Just because we've been spreading out sideways in the village and had an extra 200 houses built at one end of it doesn't mean to say that we should be building out 200 the other way, surely. So I'm not sure. I'm not to disagree with the council and the way they've used the aerial photographs, but it's not the lived experience of being in the village.
Okay, I have got one question to Mr. Collison, but you carry on, Mr. Bobbitt.
Okay, so I think so. If you look at the 1955 OS maps, I'll come on to sort of being on the ground in a moment, but clearly Warton grew along roads. It can be seen. Then you come to the 1955 through to the 1970s plans compared to, and Warton's grown along roadways as well as the city development along. So we're kind of proposing something that kind of appears to historically happen within the village itself, of development along linear roads, because the roads within Warton are linear. And what we're saying is that there seems to be, that experience when you're on the ground is still there. If you walk into the village from Grit Lane, I think it's called, and come through Orstry Road, there's a sense you're passing through to something that is linear, and it's largely just waysides, you may say. And then you come into where the facilities, the shop is, etc., and come a little bit more southerly than that. There is a sense that it broadens out at that point, and then you come down to the southern end, where it expands either side, as you may say. That can be seen on the maps, that can be seen on the ground, that is the experience. That's what I'm saying. We seem to have 3 different morphologies occurring within this village. We probably reflect the date and times at which development happened, whether permitted or nowadays permitted in that sense. So the development that we're proposing really just gives us a consistent edge with Redmar Way, with the cornfields in terms of its landscape setting back, standing back from the edge. So the experience would be very similar, I think, albeit it wouldn't be large. We recognise that, but it would be similar along that southern edge, whether you're travelling from all along the hill cross or from the west. And it's reflective of what's occurring in the village, in my opinion.
Mr. Collison, sometimes there's quite a lot of significance historically by the settlement form. They developed linear or compact, but very particular geological, hydrological, cultural, or historic reasons. Should I be considering any important such influences here? And I'll ask Mr. Phipps the same question. So in other words, the sort of linearity, enucleated or otherwise, what's the significance of that?
Certainly the policies that we're assessing the application says about whether it reinforces the character. That's the assessment we really need to take in terms of whether it reinforces that existing settlement pattern. Certainly the Curlew Close Appeal, which is CD 6.5.1, the inspector there considered that it would introduce something that wasn't in keeping. It was an adjunct, or like this is how we view it, an appendage to Warton. That obviously reduces the openness both spatially, by fact and degree. It will reduce that. Its visibility and appearance and apparentness from Redmar and Orton Road, where the lands are lower, will make it very conspicuous, is my softening approach to it. They're very open up towards Church Road. I think it's going to be incredibly concerning if this development was to go ahead. I think it would have an impact on the character of the settlement. That would be difficult for us as we move forward as a local planning authority, but we look at, I just as a professional have concerns about the visibility and the impact on that settlement. I think it goes against it. It doesn't feel, it doesn't look, it won't seem right to me in terms of the layout. And does it really reinforce the character of the area? I really can't see that it is reinforcing that at all.
Just giving some references, that reference to the Curlew Close Appeal decision, that was paragraph 13, where your colleague said it would appear as an add-on to the village rather than an integral component of it. It's not my practice to heavily rely on appeal decisions where they're just talking about different sites. Obviously, where there's a specific observation about this settlement, you might think it's relevant, and to the extent to which you would, would it assist you if we gave you a location plan where this site was? You might already say you're familiar with it.
I didn't see it yesterday. I'm quite happy to have such a plan. I think there was
the Fox and Dogs Appeals decision. There is a location plan for that, but I don't believe we've got one for this.
I think somewhere it might have even been design access statement, but somewhere. But I'll take you up on that offer kindly, just to make sure I have got the location right.
Of course,
so that would be helpful.
We've got some concerns about raising Kelly Place in this way because obviously it's on the other side of the village. And obviously you can have the plan.
Yeah. That's well. I was going to ask for your comments and Mr. Bullock, but yeah, carry on.
No resistance. The council would have to give you the plan.
Yeah.
One needs to approach a submission like that with a lot of caution. It's talking about something on the other side of the village, with its own individual features determined some time ago. We'd say it's a few years now, but different policies overall. What was said there by Mr. Collinson was he said it's very concerning if it starts to go ahead because it could have an impact. It would be difficult for us going forward. And there's a ghost here of an argument about precedent effect. Now that's obviously, there's no other scheme. There's no other site that's raised from response to the people. He said is that, well, other sites could come forward on other parts of the settlement. And again, that cannot have any bearing because obviously they're going to be determined on in their own right and their own facts. So I think we'd be very concerned about the council trying to insert a precedent effect arguments at this stage. And that the council, I think, probably would withdraw that and suggestion that there is an effect because obviously playing from what we've seen is it's only this development on this side that you're considering.
Yeah, let me ask Mr. Collison to clarify.
Yeah, what I'm saying is if this scheme I don't feel fits the morphology of the area, it doesn't reinforce it, allowing something that doesn't meet it means that other sites that again don't fit the morphology could come forward. I don't believe this site fits the morphology of the area.
I'm so sorry because I'm not cross-examining. So what I'm understanding from that is what's been said is that other sites could come forward in other parts of the village, not just on the west side, but it's actually in other parts of the village. Is that the point being made?
It is.
Well, then I say we'll make submissions on that if that's the council's serious submission. One should approach it on that basis. To be very clear, one should have regard to this development on this side, the principles here. It's not appropriate to talk about other schemes which have been enough before. So.
Okay, well, it's up to Mr. Collison to respond.
Well, what I'm trying to say is this development does not fit the morphology of the area, and there is a harm there. That is my point.
Okay.
You can remove my other statement if necessary. I don't believe that this fits the morphology of the area.
Okay, let me give Mr. Bullock a chance to respond. I did ask Mr. Collison the significance of linearity, nucleated form, and so if one assumes that this proposal is changing the settlement morphology, what significance is it? In other words, has the village actually developed historically for certain reasons along this linearity, nucleated form? I think that was my starting question. You might not be able to answer that.
No, well, in terms of, so when we did the table 7.1 in our LVO, we did have to know a little, do some research on the Cultural Association, Historical Association side. And my answer would be no, based on that research. I have no knowledge of any.
Okay. Right. Okay. We haven't. There's been.
So,
sorry, Professor Phipps. Yeah.
It's just to come back on the morphology again.
Yeah.
Mr. Bullock described it as being, as you walk through the village, there's frontages. You described it as being developed along the roads of the village. Those roads have all got frontages to their properties. As you walk through the village, as you have done, it's open and accessible. As I described earlier, going through either to the shops or going to the recreation ground, even going through the new estate that's been built, Red Mile, there are pathways that you walk past people's frontages and you have the opportunity to talk to them. And actually, it feels, we might not like the new developments, and quite honestly, I don't like all of the new developments, but you do actually walk through the village and see them. This one feels as if it's been stuck on the edge, and to be honest, the way that it's being described, it feels more like a gated community. You don't actually have access from any of the frontages. You go around Church Road, you go into an estate, and then you have everything within the estate. It doesn't feel part of the village. It feels almost separated from it. It's not the way that Warton actually exists. Most of the developments that have happened are open and accessible to everybody. You don't feel that you can't walk through anywhere. Both of the new estates have actually got public rights of way going through them, which actually offer cut-throughs both onto different villages, but also different parts of the village. But that's the nature of Warton. It actually is quite an open space that you can walk around quite comfortably. This does feel awkward and on the edge of the village.
Okay. We haven't, Mr. Bullock slightly touched on tranquillities, but part of the experience of a development is more than its visual side. So I just wondered if, Mr. Bullock, you want to talk about any impact on tranquility of the area?
The site itself is probably going to be tranquil than what already wraps around the village itself. So part of the experience, that sort of sensory perception, is the village edge itself, and the development itself would create a new, I suppose, housing, new collection of houses. So it would be similar in my brain. Maybe the provision of better POS, and really corridors like we have there for a modern standard of design would offset any effect of the housing in that sense and tranquility. But I don't see it being harmful to tranquility in that sense. And the scheme itself is defined within those defensible boundaries of the road, the two roads. It's not sort of spilling outwards into the wider open countryside and having a detrimental effect in that sense. That's what I'm saying.
Mr. Collinson, anything from your point of view on tranquility?
At present, it's not publicly accessible. The proposal will obviously make it accessible, but the experience of certainly walkers from Church Road and Warton Road, there would be a change to the area of their perception from the road access. But yeah, I don't really have anything but
That's only that the addition of 200 extra cars in and out of the village is going to have an impact on tranquility.
So we hear often these 200 cars, so the transport assessment is the only methodological sound assessment of what the actual movements will be. And in respect to the traffic calm, the speed measures and so forth, Mr. Parker can speak to those tomorrow.
Yeah.
But again, I would encourage Mr. Phipps not to keep referring to 200 cars, because it's just simply incorrect.
I think there's passing reference, I think, in one of the policies to dark skies. Mr. Bullock, I wondered if you wanted to comment on impact in terms of dark skies.
I think given the backdrop, sir, any increase is imperceptible because you're viewing it against the wider village in that sense. And we haven't prepared, nor were we asked to prepare a dark sky.
Yes, yeah.
So that would be my professional view.
Okay. Mr. Thompson?
I've got nothing to add.
No. Okay. I was just going to ask, just in terms of comparable context, the cornfields houses, they're largely two-storey, if I'm correct in my memory. So are they a fairly good comparison to what's proposed here, height-wise? Yeah.
There are some changes.
Oh, there are. Oh, okay. All right. Perhaps I better have a more thorough site visit then. I'm in the unusual situation of assessing something in winter. I mean, Olivia makes reference to needing to look at sites in winter, but it's the opposite way around for me. And I was just going to give parties a chance to say how you think I should be experiencing the site differently in summer conditions, or not. Mr. Bullock.
Well, I see, I do this every day. Back of glass is the material. No, if you see a site in winter, it's the worst case scenario because the landscape is a living thing. It's got trees, it's got hedgerows in. So consequently, you're seeing the worst case snenario. The effect obviously of leaves, you have to bear in mind when you undertake an LBA. But I think we've reported the worst case scenario before you today. So in our LVA, anything that you might see in May, June, July, and even a mild autumn would have a beneficial effect. But it's about where you might be standing and looking if we're talking about visual. And obviously the nature of that route that you're passing on them as well, because the same effect could be happening right in front of you to reduce the discernibility of the site as well in the foreground. The worst case scenario is what we've assessed.
Okay. Anything to
No, you've got the worst case scenario at the moment. So that will help your assessment.
Okay. We talked quite a lot about the landscape and the planting. What about the proposed houses? We've got a height restriction, but my question is this: could a reserve matters scheme be designed in terms of the houses? In other words, would that the buildings, irrespective of the landscape, is there any concern that the houses themselves couldn't be designed in a reserve matters scheme? Mr. Collinson.
Can you just can you just repeat that again?
Yeah. So if are there any objections in terms of the potential to design the houses themselves? So leaving aside the fact that it's buildings going on there in principle, is there any objection to the houses themselves?
There wouldn't be. It could be considered at the reserve matter stage, along with the submission of finished floor levels to assess the impact.
So the council's objection then is purely in terms of the principle of the landscape effect.
Yes.
Okay. So yeah, I was going, Mr. Bullock. Yeah, by all means.
Just one thing is ZTV that we produced.
Yeah.
Is 11.5 meters vertical face.
Okay.
That's the whole side basically.
Yeah. Okay.
So anything 2-story is 2.5 meters less.
Yeah, sort of 8.5 ish.
Depends on roof pops.
Yeah.
So when we do a ZTV, we go for the worst case.
So let me make a note of that. ZCT was at
11.5 meters vertical face.
11.5.
It's written in. We actually add it to on the sidebar of our ZTV.
Oh yes. Okay.
So it's not a case we picked bits out and did it 11.
No.
The whole lot is 11. Not that we're suggesting that all of them will be 2.5 story. That's the worst case and gives flex for the question you just asked.
Okay, thank you. I think that is probably all the questions I had. I'm just going back to the agenda. Just one question, and I don't know, it might be more for planning matters. Has any consideration been given to the sort of peripheral permissive footpath, whether that could join the cornfields development or not, or shall I leave that for Mr. Cox and later in the week?
So just the permissive footpath, and then there's a hammerhead currently in place.
Yes.
Obviously, a road.
Yeah.
As we've set out in Mr. Cox's proof, that we're not providing access to that instant edge. We can have Mr. Bullock now explain respects of what will be there in terms of open space, public open space that is accessible. How that is being experienced, and obviously we're noting in particular that it's reserve masses. But that would be looked at actually less can understand.
When we were designing the scheme, going back a while, what we tried to do on that southeastern corner, which is where you're referring to, is to almost mirror what's in terms of what's opposite. So if you look at the aerial photograph and you look at our framework plan, you'll see that we're providing quite a broad standoff from that position. And so the idea is, rather than bringing development right up to it, to almost create a barrier and a wall like you would do with a number of terrace houses or something like that. We're actually creating an open development, which has got quite a broad area of green infrastructure, public open space and landscaping within it. So the idea is to sort of filter some of the views from the adjoining properties and be considerate neighbour in terms of the design itself. The design we've shown as illustrative would actually marry the existing POS without POS really in that sense. There's no ditch or watercourse or similar sort of watershed kind of feature that would stop you from merging the two, as you might say, so that it reads as one swathe of POS, which gives quite a generous standoff to all the houses within that location. So, as I said earlier, what we tried to do what we have done with the houses at illustrative level is reflect on the landscape management guidelines of the host landscape character area, which is the T10 Local Planning Authority's landscape character assessment. Pick up on those recommendations. We've worked with our consultants as well in terms of what kind of tree strategy might be shown as well. We obviously worked with our ecologists and our hydrologists as well in terms of formulating essentially a landscape strategy that marries all those things together. So we can achieve a BNG betterment of 10%. We can offer arboricultural continuity. We can enhance the boundaries and the hedgerows, etc. We can provide an attenuation that's got habitat-focused landscaping within it. So the idea is to create a meaningful, pleasant, landscape that is almost like a mosaic in that sense of different landscape treatments. So grassland for ecological betterment, native scrub, native understory, native trees, hedgerows, etc. Now that's all from those all species from the local area, basically local importance. Now, if we can have local providence as well, which would be great, but it's still very early days for local providence in terms of the supply. Some parts of the country you can, some parts of the country you can't. But if we were doing the reserve matters, that would be that's what we'd pursue in terms of the detailed design of it to be implemented.
Okay. We slightly skipped around the agenda, but I was just going to sort of check that if there's any other points anyone wants to bring to my attention. Mr. Collison, anything from you that I should be taking into account that we haven't discussed?
Do you think we've discussed sort of urban links enough? It could well go on to tomorrow's accessibility. It's sort of linked that way, isn't it?
It is.
That there's a sort of design and good planning element to it as well. I don't know whether we touch on that today.
Oh, well, I mean, it's that's one of the reasons why I just asked the question about the connection to fields. I mean, it comes down to. I think I'd certainly rather deal with accessibility tomorrow, but it's. I think you raised the comment of whether this was an appendage or not. So. So I think in terms of whether it appears as an appendage, we should deal with today, and anything about in terms of accessibility to get to services is, I think, for tomorrow. So is there anything else in terms of an appendage to?
Well, it's the integration of it into the existing settlement as well. Which is sort of related to footpaths. Good planning is about integration, isn't it? And trying to ensure that developments integrate with adjacent developments. So the view about sort of linking to Redmore Way is of concern, because usually you would see linkages, pedestrian, etc., through to those schemes. It's good planning to do that. I would have thought, to create integration with the existing development that's adjacent to it, the way that Warton's been developed previously. It is certainly my view and concern, and I'm not trying to drift onto accessibility, because that's tomorrow. It's about integration and how it links properly through to adjacent development.
I think so. There's potentially an overlap, because we would say that the location of the appeal site means it would cause a settlement morphology issue no matter how it was integrated.
Oh, okay.
But the lack of integration exacerbates that as an issue, so that it probably, tomorrow's discussion will somewhat feedback, if that makes sense.
Yes, it does.
We're happy to table it and address it tomorrow.
Okay. Well, I just wanted to make sure that I haven't left anything undiscussed today. So so if you want to elaborate more in terms of the landscape, okay.
The only thing I think we would say that we haven't discussed today, and I think it's deliberately from both parties, is policy and how that flows from discussion. I imagine we're all leaving that to the planning witnesses.
So I do actually have a few concerns about that, because we have four policies. We've got LP40 as a landscape. LP30, which talks about built form, what we say is very much directed at reserve matters. And then we have PMP3 in the neighbourhood plan, which is quite extensive. But again, much of that is about reserve matters, we'd say. And then PMP4 is a countryside policy. It's simply because the way in which LP30 is constructed, that's a locally planned policy with an A to J. We have had in PNP3 A to W.
Well,
and we can cross-examine on that, but it may be quite extensive. That's my only.
Well, I mean, the other thing that does strike me is I do have to make landscape character and appearance decisions based on policies. So I'm wondering if it wouldn't be better to look at that context today.
Yes, we agree. I think
in which case I'm coming towards having a short break.
Yes, absolutely.
And will, I mean, it sort of feeds into conclusions from this afternoon's session as well.
I think this is our preference for a number of these roundtables is that it would help probably at the end of the roundtable because I'm not going to cross this out because I've only got one witness from the council's side.
Yes.
And my witnesses inevitably will not, I don't want to call them again.
Yeah.
And they won't be here for something.
Yeah.
And so I think it probably would help to deal with policy compliance and particularly this on this topic.
Yeah.
Which those policies which are actually looking at the reserve matter stage, which can all be addressed at that point.
Yes.
And of course, therefore, look at like the design of the houses we heard earlier.
Yeah.
There isn't actually objection from the council because Mr. Collinson is not separate identifying which elements of LP14 or LP30.
Yeah.
But we're fine to deal with it.
Yeah. Well, I think given that I have to consider, as a landscape character and appearance in terms of the policies, I think that will be helpful. But I'm consciously been going for a good 2.5 hours, and so I think we're duty bound to have a break, and then that gives a chance to wrap up as well. Okay. Shall we reconvene at 20 to 4 then, particularly in terms of policies? But if there's anything else that any party wishes me to consider as well, then that's a sort of opportunity, last chance on this particular roundtable. Okay, thank you. So we'll adjourn to 20 to 4. Thank you. Okay, so 20 to 4, we'll continue then with development plan policies in relation to character and appearance. Mr. Collison, do you want to lead off then your thoughts of the relevant policies in relation to this particular issue?
Yes. See, the local plan adopted September 2021. LP1 on sustainable development includes a wide range of elements to it. So obviously it's sustainable development following the NPPF. NPPF's definition of sustainable development, so it has 3 strands to it, and part of that includes the landscape elements, and that it says within quality of development and place. Shall I give you the reference or the CD?
Well, I've got it up actually. It's probably easier to go through each particular policy in time. So let's start with LP1.
Yes.
And carry on as you carry on that particular one. Yeah.
So this indicates quality of development and place, which has a few elements, and it says all development proposals must be the word. It suggests that it should be consistent with the approach to place making as set out through the development management policies, and then it says including where relevant. And I don't know whether that should be, that where relevant should be in there actually. But it's quite the elements of a landscape come through the requirement to demonstrate a high quality of sustainable design that positively improve the settlement's character and appearance, which requires the bar of high quality sustainable development and improving the settlement's character and appearance. As we've talked today about landscape, I'm also talking about the character of that settlement. Yeah. So those elements. It does indicate that. I'll not go on to that bit. So the next relevant policy to.
I'll tell you what. Let's do each policy in time.
In
time.
Yeah.
Okay. So in terms of LP1, they're the crunch bits.
Yes.
In terms of this issue.
Both Mr. Cox and Mr. Bullock will
yeah, I was not surprised to hear that. Yeah. Well, I'll just refer to you as hello, Ray.
So, if I go through each of those bullet points in turn, I think Mr. Bullock will probably jump in on areas more related to landscape and morphology that we've already covered. But the first one, be supported by the required infrastructure. So in relation to our site, we are providing 2 hectares of green infrastructure, balancing amenity, residential amenity, recreation, biodiversity, landscaping. We're providing attenuation as well through a sustainable drainage strategy. Be consistent with the approach to placemaking set out through development management policies. Effectively, all of that part of the policy is just directing you to other policies. And I think that the rest of the bullet points should be indented. It looks to me like they're sub-bullet points. I might be wrong.
That's certainly my reading of it. Is where relevant, it would have been picked up through corrections.
There
isn't a correction. I'm serious.
So integrate appropriately with the natural and historic environment, protecting and enhancing rights of way network where appropriate. So in terms of integrating with the natural and built environment, that's been through all of that. So that whether you want to jump in again.
Yeah, so we're providing a link to the recreation round, and then also to the western side, we're linking into the public rights of way, which go on the other side of Church Road into the wider open countryside. So we're making a contribution on that level as well.
Demonstrating a high quality of sustainable design that positively improves the individual settlement's character. I think a lot of that is probably going to relate to the reserved matters application on matters of appearance and design. Provide, conserve and enhance biodiversity, which will be linked to landscape. But in terms of the biodiversity, we've got a whole suite of ecological information that has been put forward, and there is a biodiversity net gain assessment that demonstrates that we can provide 15.6% increase in habitat units and over 30% increase in habitat units. And then again, creating linkages between green spaces, wildlife sites and corridors, linking into the existing adjacent open space associated with Red Mile Way, and also providing a similar connection as the Cornfields development does into the recreation ground as well. Whilst also providing a new green link through to the public right of way to the west of the field site off of Church Road.
This is the Arbor Impact Assessment, the AIA, that was submitted by the application for soil no arbor impacts. So the existing landscape fabric can be retained at site. The exception to that would be, I think it's approximately 15 millimetres of hedgerow to create the new head and the ecular entrance. But given the landscape and the side, that far outlays of 15 millimetres. That 15 millimetres hedgerow can always be translocated into the site itself for a planting strategy, basically, as well. But it's 15 metres of which is minimal.
Can I understand through you, because I think there's this reference to the policy requiring indentation or bullet points. I'm not sure that has any. Can I understand? Does that actually have any? Are we actually? Is there a difference of opinion? I think I'm taking it from what the appellant's saying. Whether it's a bullet point, an indentation, or otherwise, they accept that these bullet points apply to the scheme and need to be satisfied. Is that fair?
Yes, the appellant's position is the text are a series of. If you look at the whole plan, essentially these are general, high-level principles which development needs to adhere to. There's further details set out obviously in LP 14 and LP 30, which we'll come to. But we say that we comply clearly with all of them. So I don't think there's really a lot terms necessarily on conflict. We say so that we don't conflict with any of them. And there's no 38.6 conflicts overall.
I was just trying to understand this indentation point.
I think it was Reginald Collinson who said where relevant, he said I'm not sure that should be there. So it's not sort of marking his homework, it's just that he said where relevant. It was literally just a response to that. So it doesn't
I think it was semi-flippant comment, so I think I was going to brush over it. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Ms. Conson, anything to comment, add on, or do you want to move on to the next?
Not that I've already raised in terms of the character. I don't want to go over new old ground.
Okay. Okay, Professor Phipps, you happy to? Okay. Do you want to kick off with the next policy?
That's relevant to landscape.
Yeah, exactly. Well, character and appearance, yes.
But the policy is landscape in the local plan.
But the issue is character and appearance.
Yes.
Yeah, which landscape's part of.
Yeah, page 48.
48, okay.
This requires that development should look, this is third line of the landscape policy, should conserve, enhance and where appropriate restore. So there's that necessary, there's an element to restore if there's lost hedges, etc. Landscape character, as well as promoting a resilient, functional landscape able to adapt to climate change. This has, to start with, it says about the landscape character areas, and we've already gone through those today, both the 93 and the 2010 as evidence. So the development should look to conserve, enhance, and where appropriate, restore the landscape. In terms of acceptance, and this scheme to as part of this, I would say there is some enhancement to it, in terms of hedges, etc. It does say conserve, enhance, and so whether it's supposed to conserve, enhance, and restore. It requires a development to do potentially 2 of those things, and if necessary, 3 of those things. And I think we'd say in this instance that actually the development, albeit there's some enhancement, there is not a sort of conservation of that landscape through the development of the magnitude of the 110 dwellings. I think it's the first element that is the relevant bit, I would say, as a local planning authority.
Okay, so we demonstrated through the LBA and just through our discussions earlier that we reflected on the public landscape safety guidelines to inform our assessment and how we then integrated the scheme into the site itself through the promotion of the landscape recommendations for that post-landscape character area for its future longevity and management, etc. We've also demonstrated how that's interpreted through how we conserve the existing boundaries to the site itself and how we're going to enhance them through gapping up and bolstering them with new planting. We're also going to create a green infrastructure area, which is quite substantial, which promotes biodiversity, habitat creation, as well as local planting from the local area. So native species of local importance and local provenance, if that can be provided. So I think we can conserve, enhance, and where appropriate, restore landscape character. Well, we are proposing to do new hedgerow planting within the site itself. So there is a degree of restoration to the enclosure of that site itself. Obviously, the development itself would have an effect, as we've already acknowledged, through a minor adverse effect on the landscape character itself. But the combination of the proposed landscaping and as well as the retained and enhanced features is one that can offset that effect. So I think we conserve, we enhance, and we restore the landscape character on the round. We're obviously going to provide a functional landscape that's able to adapt to climate change. Well, that's all down to the management, maintenance, and the right selection of planting stock. And obviously that's more of a reserved matter. Specific landscape geodiversity, wildlife, and historical features which contribute to the local character. As we've obviously reflected on the published landscape character assessment for 2010 by the local planning authority, but also through conjoined collaborative working with the arborists as well as the project ecologists. We are promoting biodiversity again in the site as well. So I think we're satisfied on.
Just on the policy interpretation point, if Policy LP 14 requires that development looks to conserve, enhance and locally restore. Conserve, we would say, would mean do no harm, which is consistent with case law dealing with conserve and the nature of listed buildings and conservation areas, but it's a simple point. Conserve means do no harm, which we therefore say that this policy would require, for compliance with this policy, one needs to cause no harm to landscape character. And I didn't detect that that was the appellant's position, that they're doing no harm. I think they're saying it's a limited harm, but
sorry, I was just around. That question's finished. I'll respond.
Yes, is it that they're saying they cause no harm and that's how they comply, or are they saying that there's a difference in the interpretation of the policy?
Well, with respect to discovery, that's clearly wrong when referring to landscape policies as opposed to heritage policies where the concern is being looked at in different contexts. Chapter 15 of the NPPF is conserving and enhancing the natural environment. Paragraph 187 in that, A talks about protecting and enhancing valleys landscapes, not engaged. B talks about recognising the intrinsic character and beauty of the countryside. And when one applies a policy such as LP 14 and NPPF era policy, one must properly give effect to the national policy context in which it was adopted. One can plainly comply with the policy, which requires one to conserve, enhance, and where appropriate, restore. If the overall levels of landscape harm, visual harm, are at the lower levels, as we've identified, it is not our position there's no harm at all. Obviously, that's listed within the LVA. What those harms are in landscape effects terms, moderate minor adverse, as the site itself, and the visual effects. But our position, as set up within Mr. Cox's agencies, because the levels of harm are so low, that we plainly comply with the wording of LP 14. Reserve position is, even if there was to be conflict with the text of LP 14, because the levels of harm are so low, the weight that could be accorded to such conflict within the overall planning balance must accordingly also be commensurately low. And so we say no conflict with LP 14, but our reserve position is even if there is conflict with LP 14, that is not a level ultimately which should direct towards refusal of this scheme. And we'd say it's also certainly not conflict with the development plan as a whole. But even if that was to be concluded, it's plainly outweighed by material considerations, most notably the presumption. We don't agree that it's a plausible interpretation of this policy LP 14, that whenever harm is identified through an LVA, one conflicts with the policy in every single case because one's creating some harm. And I think that that's respectful. I think what's happening there is submissions being made in respect of from a heritage context, trying to look at the landscape context, which I don't think is a correct approach to this policy.
Is this a matter for later this week?
Yes, I mean, very simply, the word conserve means what it means.
Yeah.
So we can deal with that in submissions.
Yeah, okay. Perhaps we'll leave that for planning witnesses to debate later in the week.
Yes. Well, so I think it's important I shortcut some of these points now because, I guess in a different context, I might be. I think it's really important when we look at the text such as this before we get to the planning balance. We don't have to go back over the landscape substantively.
Yeah. Okay. Mr. Tomlinson.
Yes, next policy relevant is LP 30, which relates to built form, page 70.
Yeah.
this indicates that all development in terms of its layout, form and density should respect and reflect the existing pattern, character and appearance of its setting. That is obviously of a concern here in terms of the pattern and character, in terms of settlement morphology. Again, I don't want to go over that again, but that's how the policy relates there. Then it indicates that local design details and characteristics should be reflected within the development. All proposals should therefore, A, ensure that all elements of the proposal are well related to each other and harmonise with both the immediate setting and wider settings. I think here this is both from a linkages perspective that we've talked and how it links to the existing settlement, but also the wider surroundings in terms of landscape. Point B, it says, make use of and enhance views into and out of the site, both in and outside of the site. So it requires to use the site and enhance those views as part of any development. Obviously, as an outline application, we do need to bear in mind whether the proposal would enhance views in or out and out of the site. There are other elements, so make appropriate use of landmarks and local features. That's potentially reserve matters when it comes to those. Reflect characteristic architectural styles, patterns and features, like scale and proportion. Again, I'd say that be reserve matters, as would E in terms of the materials, colours. Landscape there is in terms of colours of relates to materials, the materials and the landscape that goes with it. I suppose in terms of reflect the landscape treatments. So again, there it has a landscape element in terms of hedge lines, trees. There isn't a fundamental concern with that. It would come to the detail of that landscape that we've touched on. F relates to ensuring that buildings and spaces connect with and maintain access to the surrounding area with the wider built water and natural environment. That is a concern here in terms of the parameters plan, and again that links to the existing settlement. G, it's about taking into account the needs and practicalities of services and long-term management of public and shared spaces. We've touched on the management of the open space today, so that element is relevant. H, create a safe, secure, low crime environment through designing secured by design. Again, this is essentially a reserved matters element. However, linkages is an issue we probably need to touch on tomorrow in terms of being safe and secure. So I won't go into that. Reduce sky glow glare. We've talked about dark skies, so there's not that element. J, existing watercourses. There aren't those within the scheme here. The concerns and elements relate to initially whether it reflects the existing pattern, character and appearance. the first header, and then bullet points A, B, and F of concern in terms of the landscape and character elements.
So I think I'd agree with Mr. Collinson that the majority of these are actually for reserve matters. But just going through the bullet points that have been highlighted. So bullet point A, ensure that all of the elements of the proposal are well related to each other and harmonise with both the immediate setting and wider surroundings. And we've been talking very much about the eastern site boundary and how it relates to adjacent uses. And in terms of the approach that's been taken, we have quite a significant buffer from existing hedgerow. We have to take account of those properties on Redmar Way that are outward facing. So again, that buffer is there to provide separation distances at the reserve matter stage. We are seeking to extend the existing open space that exists within that part of the village through the recreation zone, the recreation ground and the open space associated with Redmar Way into our site. So I would suggest that there is actually no conflict with that element of policy. In terms of B, make use of and enhance views into and out of the site, both in and outside of the site. I'm not quite sure which views we should be looking at.
Sorry. It's both. I think it's both views from within the site, as well as views from outside the site in. So that's how I read it. So it requires an enhancement of views. It's not.
Well, there can't actually be a conflict. That's the point. If there aren't existing views in the site, what it's essentially saying, well, if you are designing this, then you take such opportunities as there are to use and enhance those views out, plainly as a matter for reserve matters. In respect of views into the site from outside the site, the conventional way you have regard to the visual effects elements, but it is plainly not saying that one refuses permission because one has views from outside the site into the site. That's just not how it works. You've got to, I think, look at the context as well. It says at 3018 to set a criteria against which design issues can be assessed. So to a large extent, this policy is on the basis that you've already decided the principle of development on the site, and then effectively at the reserve matters, in our situation, at permission being granted, but then through the reserve matters, you positively approach making use of and enhancing views into an actual site. So there's not a conflict, we say, at this stage with that policy. I'll let Mr. Cox and Mr. Bullock add to that if they wish.
In terms of bullet point F, ensure that buildings and spaces connect with and maintain access to surrounding areas. Again, I think we've already covered this in terms of the connectivity between the site and the recreation and ground, and also providing that connectivity through a new green corridor to the public right of way that exists off of Church Road to the west side. I don't see a conflict at this stage, and that there will be matters to be considered at the reserve matters stage when we're talking about design.
And anything to add to Mr. Collinson?
Not that we've already in previous comments.
Okay.
Can I just confirm this point? Sorry, it's for the person.
Development rate relates to the immediate and wider setting. We've already said this afternoon that the scheme doesn't do that. Both from a landscape point of view and an integration point of view.
Which, sorry, I think that's about A. So which letters?
Yeah, if you could focus.
Okay.
So with that in mind, focusing on the particular policy wording.
So I'm definitely not thinking to go back over A, B, and F. I just want to know basically that it's agreed that, for example, with respect to reduce sky glow, glare, and light trespass.
It's a very fair point. Yeah.
So you're happy with A, B, and F?
Well, I know it's got what I'm asking is confirmation with respect to C through to E and G through to J. The council agree.
Yes.
There's no conflicts.
Yeah, apologies.
So that's I'm sorry to go direct.
Sorry about that.
But that's what I'm asking for is confirmation of what is not actually contested.
Yeah, I'm not contesting those bits.
So you're suggesting conflict with A, B, and F.
Yes.
Nothing else. No. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. So, would you like to carry on?
Yes.
Yeah.
I was going to go to the neighbourhood plan.
Yeah.
Which is CD 4.3, I think.
Yes, 4.3. Yeah.
Yeah. The adopted June 2025. I was going to go straight to got page numbers 28 in the. I don't know whether that's the same as the PDF. I've got a paper version, which is PNP3. Sustainable design and construction.
Yeah, that's it.
Okay. The objective to start with of the Polesworth Neighbourhood Plan is to ensure that new development creates high quality, beautiful and sustainable building places that reinforce the identity of Polesworth, Warton, Birchmoor and the surrounding countryside. And the policy reflecting that objective is this one here that has a number of bullet points. If I try and concentrate on the relevant ones rather than going through all of them,
yes,
because some of them again are like LP30.
Yeah.
So all new developments will be expected to respond positively to the key attributes of the neighbourhood area and the key local design features of the settlement in which it's situated. Then goes on to say about energy efficiency. It then says development will not be supported where it's of poor design that has an adverse impact on the character of the area, which is a point, not a bullet point, but there's obviously the point that we've raised that this inherently does not and has an adverse impact on the character of the area. It then includes criteria where relevant, and it indicates about distinctiveness of Polesworth, Warton and Birchmoor. And that's taking into account the existing layouts, good examples of street layouts, blocks, plots, building forms, and styles, materials, and detailing. I think here it's talking, how we've discussed, there is a conflict here in terms of that we do not feel, because there's this difference of opinion in terms of nucleated linear form, that it doesn't reinforce that settlement character here, and therefore there is a conflict with criteria A. In terms of B, it says, again, it's designed in such a way to make a positive use of landform, trees, hedgerows, and then it goes on to say about larger proposals, which have a suitable regard to the setting and settlement pattern. And again, we've indicated here there's conflict with that element of it.
Sorry, it's a light here, and we'll try and fix our recording if that's okay.
Has it stopped?
It's fully stopped, fully backed in.
How long will it take to?
Hopefully, just a few minutes.
Was anyone watching it?
We do have a sort of 10 or so people following online, so there are a few.
Then we have to hear that warrants a brief notion of people who might want to have been watching can't. I'm reluctant to break, but
Yeah, I'm reluctant to break as well. Yeah, I'll try and not break for more than a couple of minutes.
Just to continue, I mean, the purpose of the video is this is not to allow people to speak or participate. It's an addition.
Yeah.
And obviously, this event is taking place in public. People are able to attend.
Is it still being recorded? So when it's posted on YouTube?
No, so unfortunately, there's no recording.
In your answer, I mean, I can't imagine there's going to be huge prejudice to anyone of the public going through policy criteria.
Well, yes,
we don't think there's any prejudice in fact, because say whilst people may wish to short portion of these, video links such as this are not a basis as it were for stopping live proceedings where people can attend in person.
Yeah. Okay. Let's carry on.
Okay. Point D indicates about integration of space, that uses space and creates open spaces which are integrated. I think we've already raised a point in terms of linking to adjacent sites. Next relevant points would be relating to this is point I, in terms of improving pedestrian facilities and linkages in the parish, and to encourage walking and cycling. Again, this relates to integration, and I'd say certainly the scheme doesn't make the most of benefits of the scheme as it could be, providing linkages through to Red Mile Way to the east of the site. Criteria J, it makes a contribution to local identity and sense of place. This is sort of in principle in terms of the form of the development, and really it doesn't characterise the settlement character and morphology. Just looking through, I think that is the final point there. Just says poor design assessed against criteria will not be supported. So it's just got that end conclusion there, as some policies do. Yeah. I know, yeah. Kay talks about 2 stories. It says generally. It's I sort of yeah. It could. It depends on the extent of those, and it could come to the reserve matters if there's a predominance of 2.5 stories, etc. I don't think there's conflict there at this stage, but could be at a reserve matter stage, maybe not for this outline application.
Can I, a similar question to what I asked last time, and so just a list of the letters that the council says in conflict with, and the confirmation that there's no conflict with any other letter.
Yeah. Which starts off with the actual policy wording to start with. We've got.
Well, I understand.
Yes.
I don't want to interrupt Constance, but the text says then good design is achieved by the following criteria where relevant. So my question through you, sir, it's simply this: is just going to give just a single list of the letters where there's a conflict or alleged, and confirmation that no other conflict is raised within the letters. I'm not asking for any further detail. I just want a complete list. I can read it back if that would assist. I don't know if that's quicker. So you may have your own notes. I don't want to shortcut that too quickly.
I think let's leave the ball with Mr. Collinson and
Apologies.
Yeah, that's
A, B, D, I, and J.
Mr. Cox, do you want to respond?
Yeah, please. If I just go through the bullet points that Mr. Collinson has just highlighted. So in terms of A, this relates to reserve matters. It has got to. It relates to street layouts, blocks, plots, styles, materials, and detailing. It is not a matter of an outline planning application. In terms of point B, it is designed in such a way so as to make a positive use of local land form, trees, hedgerows, and other vegetation. Obviously, we've done that as part of the landscape-led approach in terms of biodiversity, ecology. We're only removing a very small section of the hedgerow for the purpose of access. And in terms of trees, only one tree is being removed. That is because it is unstable and has a number of dead limbs on it. In terms of for larger proposals, has had suitable regard to landscape setting and settlement pattern. I think that is, we've been through all of that with the evidence of Mr. Bullock earlier on in this roundtable session. In terms of D, uses space and creates new public open spaces that are enclosed, integrated and overlooked. We do that. We are providing development that looks out around the edges to the open space in the form of the green buffer around the site. And we're also providing new central open space within the middle of the site that again will be very much the focus of the development and overlooked by proposed properties. Such spaces should use native planting and planting to encourage pollinators, and again that's something that will be agreed as part of the detailed landscape scheme. I think it's the next one, isn't it? It includes measures that seek to improve pedestrian facilities and linkages in the parish and beyond to encourage walking and cycling. That's what we do in terms of providing the main access onto Church Road. It provides you with the shortest and most direct route for the residents to get to the vast majority of the existing services and facilities within Warton. If you walk down Church Road, you've got the recreation ground, you've got the church, you've got the public house, and at the top of the road, you've got the store, Warton store and post office. So it moves you in the direction of the heart of the village. We're also proposing through a substantial contribution to upgrade the walking and cycling linkages from Warton to Polesworth. J, it makes a contribution to local identity and sense of place. Proposals should not feature generic designs and should set out how they take account of the locally distinctive character of the area. Again, that to me seems very much like it is a reserved matters, detailed matter. I'm not sure how you would demonstrate local identity. Just again, you would say no conflict.
Do you want to come back or move on to the next point?
Just on point A, please.
Yeah.
Where it says it promotes, reinforces distinctiveness. So taking account of good quality examples of street layouts, we don't feel that the scheme would do through the, it doesn't provide all the linkages that it should do. Looking at Warton as a whole, we think there is conflict there.
So there is a street layout. It's not to any reference to linkages or footpaths. It's quite clearly talking about rail infrastructure and particularly the streets that we propose within the site. So to echo Mr. Cox's point, that is quintessentially a point that will be addressed at the next stage by setting out the street layouts within this proposal. We can certainly comply with that.
I can come to a view on that. Yeah.
Next policy, which is page 32. And this is about protecting and enhancing buildings and natural heritage assets in the area. Policy PNP4, conserving and enhancing the landscape. And it indicates that, again, new development should conserve and enhance and where appropriate restore the local landscape character by A, maintaining and enhancing the landscape setting, landscape features, field and settlement pattern of the neighbourhood area, which it clearly doesn't from our submissions. Bullet point E, promotes high quality residential design that respects the local townscape, landscape character, and then reflects local vernacular. There, I'd emphasise the landscape character, whether it respects that element of it. And F, it indicates other than the site, an allocated site H4. It should seek to minimise the encroachment of development into visually exposed landscapes, and where development is proposed on the edge of the village, such as this, it enhances views of the settlement edge from the surrounding countryside and does not lead to inappropriate incursion into the surrounding countryside by reason of its siting, design, materials and landscaping. There is that conflict there. That's A, E, and F.
Can I work from the bottom upwards, please?
Yeah.
So in terms of F, I think we've demonstrated, and I think it's agreed through this statement of common ground, that the effect and potential effect of the scheme is limited and localised. So I think in your own group evidence, you acknowledge that really there's no discernible effect in the wider landscape area. Additionally to that, we've demonstrated through our own LVA work that the effects are far from substantial and far from significant. We've also provided accurate visual representations as well, which show how well the site actually integrates within its setting, and how the landscape mitigation work will complement that as well. So I don't see that there is a conflict there personally myself. Moving on to E. High quality residential design that respects local townscape and landscape character and reflects local vernacular building styles, layouts and materials. I think the latter bit of that, local vernacular building styles, layouts and materials, is more of a reserve matter point. High quality residential design. I think this is a high quality residential design in terms of the consideration of how we have married the scheme into the settlement edge, how we've provided a landscape-led approach that retains, enhances and bolsters existing landscape fabric, which is one of the objectives of the related landscape guidance for the host landscape area as well, and reinforcing those as well. So I don't think there's a conflict there. Maintaining, so this is A, maintaining and enhancing landscape setting, landscape features, field and settlement pattern. So in maintaining and enhancing the landscape setting, so to me the landscape setting that we are maintaining and enhancing there is the field pattern, the existing field hedgerows, fieldscape trees, which through the arboricultural AIA impact assessment is already identified there's no arboricultural impact. Where we are taking that small number of hedgerow, it's 15 linear metres, that can be translated into the site. But either way, that small loss can be offset through extensive planting across at least 2 hectares of POS and green infrastructure. And in terms of the settlement pattern, I think we've already discussed that, so I'm not sure it's productive to go back over it unless it's required. I think I demonstrated a slightly different thinking from observations of your own OS maps area photography, but also from actually being on the ground and walking around the local area itself. Not sure what else I can say on that final bit of it.
Any other policies? No. Okay. Best tips and from you. Okay. Anything? Other policies from the appellant or any other observations?
It's just about the MPPF. So
yeah.
I referred to 187 earlier on.
Yeah.
187A, not engaged.
Yeah.
I don't currently know what the council's position is on 187B. So I think I'd like to hear it today. To the extent there are other policies referred to the MPPF on landscape sheets. Again, I think it helps just to have a complete list of those. The abuse of risk refusal refers generally to the MPPF. Quite a number of the policies referred to elsewhere are actually within the design chapter. And again, we make submissions on that design elements of the NPPF can be dealt with in the reserve matter stage. So I think we just asked through you confirmation of what are the NPPF policies that are engaged in, so that we can just now, whilst we've got Mr. Bullock here, just respond on those briefly today to confirm that we don't think there is a conflict.
At that point, Mr. Collison, can you?
Are we specifically talking about landscape here rather than settlement?
Well, we're talking about character and appearance. So, in terms of this outline proposal, what's the relevant paragraphs and or conflicts that I need to consider?
In terms of landscape character, I would say it is 187 says planning policies and decisions should contribute to and enhance and recognising the intrinsic character of the countryside.
So that's criterion B.
Yes. In terms of isn't it? In terms of the settlement morphology, is that the element you want me to express now as well?
Well, I think
some of those are design related to.
The question is, in terms of the framework, what bits of the framework specifically should I be considering in relation to the effect on character and appearance?
And that's the morphology of it.
Well, I can't lead the witness, so that's why I try to phrase it as an open question. So so basically, just to repeat, in terms of character and appearance, what particular paragraphs of framework should I be considering?
I'd say paragraph 135 in terms of the criteria of a well-designed place and how it integrates.
Could I ask for a letter? Sorry if a letter. I'm sorry to interrupt. If there is a specific letter, it would help to know that.
So 135A, in terms of how it functions and adds to the overall quality of the area. Yeah. Whether it's sympathetic to the local character and history, including the surrounding built environment and landscape setting. D, where it establishes or maintains a strong sense of place. F, in terms of the inclusive, accessible elements. And to that, it says about not undermining the quality of life or community cohesion as part of the overall scheme.
Give you a chance in a minute, Mr. Cox.
Obviously, pulling all of this together is the sustainability elements of what is sustainable development. So in paragraph 8, subsection C, there's the environmental objective of ensuring that schemes would protect and enhance the area. That is the B element in terms of the social objectives, in terms of cohesion that we've talked about as well. Talking about well-designed and beautiful and safe places. Paragraph 129D, although it says about densities, it requires maintenance of the prevailing character and setting. Back to the sort of settlement character there is the concern.
Okay.
So can I just confirm then, so no conflict emerged with any other elements of the MPPF with respect to landscape characters?
I think that's...
That may be inherent, I just want to just...
Yeah, I won't answer for you. Let me ask that question to you, Mr. Collins. So that in terms of conflicts, that's it then?
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, thanks.
I think Mr. Bullock and I will split between this. If I may, can I start on the last one?
Yeah.
Because that's where I am. In terms of paragraph 129D, I think we've had some of this discussion already about sort of density. This relates to density, and I think that's something that will be dealt with through reserve matters again. (135A) will function well and add to the overall quality of the area, not just for the short term, but over the lifetime of development.
Through the provision of the public open space, through infrastructure, we can enhance the settlement data in terms of how it's experienced from the wider landscape, wider open countryside. Currently, Redmar Way has a narrow hedgerow. We obviously are benefited by hedgerows, but also through a landscape design strategy and green infrastructure strategy, we'll be able to enhance those and provide quite extensive swathes of public open space, which would enhance the settlement edge in that sense, but also filter views of the settlement edge from the wider urban countryside. Yeah.
Next one's C. Sympathetic to local character and history, including the surrounding built environment and landscape setting, while not preventing or discouraging appropriate innovation or change, such as an increase in densities.
I think some elements of this have already been discussed. I won't go over those, but we've been able to demonstrate, and it's recognised through the statement on the ground, that the effects from the proposal are limited and local. Additionally to that, if you look at the plotted ZTV, you can see that there would be no visual effect relative to a lot of outlying villages. I also, through the AVRs, the accurate visual representations, you can see from Warton on the Hill that there would be no real tangible discernible effect to the scheme, certainly no substantial effect from the scheme itself. So the effect, so the local landscape character has got a scattered settlement pattern. So the point I'm trying to get to here is it wouldn't lead to a physical coalescence or a perceptual coalescence, and the density of Warton would be extended within the confines of the two roadways which enclose the site itself, and the natural landscape resources that are there as well. So it wouldn't extend congruously out into the wider open countryside. And that would preserve the character and the identity of the local landscape character.
In terms of point D, establishing and maintaining a strong sense of place, using arrangements of streets, spaces, building types and materials, create attractive, welcoming and distinctive places to live, work and visit. Again, I see this one being more for a reserved matters application in regard to the design principles that are built in within the design and access statement. And then lastly, F. Creating places that are safe, inclusive and accessible with a high standard of amenity for existing and future users. And this relates to crime and community cohesion. And again, I think we've discussed all of these matters already today. Here's a conflict. And lastly, it's paragraph 187, which relates to landscape.
So if I could just draw your attention to the last 2 points I've made, I think they cover off 187B. As a summary of the earlier discussions really.
Okay. So have we done sufficient coverage for the policy, relevant policies?
Yes, from our perspective, I take it from that, but we won't be revisiting this at any later stage in the inquiry.
Well, I mean, I think I wouldn't expect any technical evidence to come through, but there's obviously some planning balance and interpretation issues that perhaps the planning witnesses will need to consider. Yeah. Right, in terms of landscape, character and appearance, is there anything else, any other aspects that we haven't covered this afternoon that I should be?
Yes, sir.
That's it to you. Nothing more to add.
I think I missed.
No.
So just on inquiry documents.
Oh yes.
There was a plan placed on our table in respect of Curly Place.
Oh yes.
I'm not sure you've had that.
I haven't. No. Okay.
It was just getting in.
I think Mr. Delvin.
It is simply. It's just simply the red line boundary for that.
Yeah.
We can make suspicions on that. I already said about the relevance of Curly Place overall. In terms of another inquiry document, we've made a note to draw up that plan in respect of the buffers.
Oh yes.
We've done,
yes.
we won't give that an ID number now, but so we'll take the lead on that.
Yeah.
We'll see what we can do overnight in terms of updating you on it.
Oh, well, I'm not expecting it overnight. I mean, particularly after today. So just sort of by the end of the closing inquiry, it'll be.
By the end of the closing inquiry, so that's it. We'll start work on that and then communicate with council accordingly.
Yeah, and perhaps you could also share it with Festips as well. So we're all six party, yeah.
There's one other element, which is we're working on an itinerary for these site visits.
That'd be very helpful, thank you.
It's quite similar to what you've already walked, so, but we've got a version of that we can provide. I think we'll have a discussion with the other parties.
Yes, please do. Yeah, please do.
But that's it in respect of inquiry documents on those issues.
Okay. Right. Okay. So I'll draw a close then to this particular roundtable. We'll resume tomorrow then here at 10 o'clock.
Presume you don't wish to bring the conditions forward.
No, I don't think we will. I think we'll see where we go and see where they fit in. And if they don't fit in this week, well, we'll do them next week. So we'll see where we go. So tomorrow we'll kick off with agriculture then, and then transport, accessibility, and then housing, land supply, and related issues on that in the afternoon. Okay. I'll let the case officer know that we'll go for a virtual closings next Tuesday then. So if the council could make that arrangements, I've said to Mr. Garvey a few weeks ago, Mr. Corbett Bircher, that I have a nervousness about the virtual world of the closings and whether they're going to work. So once again, I'll repeat to him that I hope very sincerely that the web links are tested and it will work. So, but I'm happy to go with it nonetheless.
Yes, I'm not sure from Sir Garvey's experience, but we found that if we do test it, it tends to be very effective. So we'll certainly do that. We'll take your advice on this one to test that.
Okay. Told the council never had an IT issue.
As a real temporary thing.
So I shouldn't be so cynical about IT. Anyway, right. So on that note, can I thank you all, and we'll reconvene at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning.
So just in light of the fire alarm, I wonder.
Oh yeah, sorry. Yes, thank you, Mr. Garvey. That's it. So 10:01 tomorrow. I take it fire alarm is seconds rather than minutes.
Yeah.
Okay, good. Okay, 10:01 tomorrow. We'll start then. Okay, so thank you all and good night.